Good morning, Judge. We do have a uniform malfunction this morning.
I understand.
I'm not trying to throw him under the bus or anything at it.
But you're pointing out that you have your jacket.
I don't see that any other way than Troy. That's okay.
Do you want me to say anything to the jury, or do you want to just?
No.
I was going to approach it with the jury.
His son is on the way. He should be here. We'll start.
Momentarily, within an hour. Jimmy's going to handle all the crosses this morning anyway.
I have a lot of cross, so.
I suspect you will owe your son for that one.
Well, it might even out.
Just to let you know, our second witness is Zane Zinni. He was a senior in Apalachee, so he's over 18 now. He does not have a problem with his face being on camera, so we don't have to worry about that.
Thank you. Are there any juveniles today?
No, sir, he would have been the only one.
Using the restroom.
All right, they're all here, just letting them take a restroom break before we get started.
One thing I know.
Yes.
There's some emails that are all in there. No, I want the whole map, 3.1. Search worker offices, I'm using Colt over here today. So yeah, I think the only thing that should be in there is the
We're ready, sir.
Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring them in. right into witnesses. State, you can call your next witness.
The state called Special Agent Joseph Clark. All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And can you introduce yourself to the jury, and then also go ahead and spell your last name for the court reporter?
I'm Special Agent Joseph Clark. It's spelled Josephclark.
Okay. And you said you were a special agent. Who do you work for?
I'm currently working with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations in the investigative division.
And what region do you work out of?
I work out of the Region 10 Atlanta office.
Okay. And what region is Barry County in?
Bureau is in Region 8.
Or 11?
Or 11, excuse me, Region 11, sorry.
So in the Atlanta office, you said you were in the investigative division. What
Yes,
exactly do y'all do in the Atlanta office?
So the Atlanta office is a little different. We cover pretty much everything in the metro. GBI does the same thing where we support local agencies, primarily dealing with felony type cases. Region 10 specifically, due to the difference in the population, we primarily work homicides and majority of officer-involved shootings within the state.
And generally speaking, in order to become involved in an investigation, how does that happen with the GBI?
So with the GBI, we have to be requested as a request agency, and usually we get a notification that, hey, we need your assistance. From that point, they'll assess of what resources they need, and from there, we'll go ahead and disperse the resources, depending on how big the scene is, small or large, or if we need to pull other regions and other agents from different places to accommodate what's requested of us.
So in this case, was the GBI requested to help with the Apalachee High School shooting?
Yes, it was.
So even though Barrow County is in Region 11, were other regions requested to help as well?
Yes, they were.
And so as far as Region 10, how did y'all become involved?
Well, at the time of the notification, I was actually working up in North Metro, Georgia. Was notified that there was a active shooter situation at Apalachee High School. When I called in to see where they needed me, they advised that our whole office had actually shifted from the office in Conyers and worked their way towards Apalachee High School. Myself, I let our supervisors know, due to our high volume of calls that we have, that I would respond down to the Atlanta area. That way, if something did go out, we would have personnel at Region 10 to be able to accommodate what's requested of us at that time.
And as part of your assistance in the Apalachee High School investigation, what was the first thing you did?
I was notified that there was potential casualties, extreme casualties coming in. With Atlanta, we have Grady Hospital, which is a trauma 1. That's where usually the most severe go. I was advised that we would have patients going there. There was several numbers going around due to the chaos. There wasn't an exact number, but there would be multiple people coming in, possibly there as well as CHOA. So they asked me to respond to Grady. Since we go to Grady so much, we know the processes, we know, how to get things working. So they asked me to go and respond there and then start the process.
Okay. So I guess initially you were unsure of how many people would actually be coming to Grady. When you arrived, did you determine how many patients had actually come to Grady? Eventually
it was determined that there was, I originally heard that there was 3, and then there was 2, and then there was 1 patient that was at Grady Hospital.
Okay. Was anyone else at Grady Hospital in addition to patients?
Yes, the family members of 1 person was there at Grady Hospital.
Okay. And how did those family members end up at Grady?
The family members were originally in the understanding that their family member was being transported there due to their injuries. They weren't advised that that person was not there at Grady. So when they arrived, I had to make contact with them.
Okay. And did you have to do any sort of notification to that family?
Yes, once the family got there, basically what I did is I set up a family room for everybody and called in resources with Grady. They provided the family room for me as well as the other agents that were there. Then I had to provide a death notification to the wife and the parents of the person.
Okay, and who was that?
It was Ricky Aspinwall.
Okay. After you provided the death notification to that family, what did you do next?
After speaking to Miss Aspinwall, I then made contact with the doctor of Taylor Jones, got a short briefing, just basically if she was stable or not, and then found out where her family members were in order to go make contact with them.
Okay. At the time that you found the doctor, was Taylor in or out of surgery at that time?
She was currently in surgery at the time.
After locating the family members, what did you do?
After locating the family members, we were able to obtain the evidence or the clothing of Miss Jones. Since she was in surgery, they had already removed that and gave that into our possession. Once we got the evidence, we went and met with her grandfather, I believe, and the rest of the family. There was about 20 or 30 people there. There was multiple family members.
Given Taylor's situation, were you ever able to talk to her or interview her while you were at Grady?
No, ma'am. She was in surgery the whole time, so we just didn't have a chance to talk to her.
Okay. And you indicated that you received her clothing from medical personnel. What did you do with that clothing?
It was originally given to me in a brown bag with a label on it. Once we finished what we were doing at Grady and Choa, I then responded back to, basically we had a command center at Apalachee High School where I took the evidence from Grady to Apalachee High School. I then took that evidence and turned it over to crime scene specialists so that way they could process it at a later date.
And where did you photograph her clothing?
Part of the processing for us to document is once I got to Apalachee High School, I photographed everything that was there and bagged everything up and sealed it up myself.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 72 through 78. Will you review those and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what do you recognize those as?
That was the clothing belonging to Miss Jones.
And are those fair and accurate copies of the photographs that you took of, or that were taken of Taylor Jones's clothing?
Yes, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibits 72 through 79.
No objection. 79 or 78?
78.
72 through 78.
And are also, and we'll just to clarify, are some of those pictures also of Melanie Delira Castaneda's clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we'll get to those later. All right, so starting with State Exhibit 72, let's go ahead and display that for the jury. Can you tell us what that is?
It's women's underwear that's got a apparent red liquid substance on it.
Okay, and is that Taylor Jones's clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and moving to 73. What is that a picture of?
I believe that is the pants belonging to Miss Jones.
Okay, and were those removed during medical procedures?
I don't know for sure, but I would assume due to the cutting, the style, the way the cutting is, that it was removed while they were trying to assist her in her medical.
And then State Exhibit 74.
It's a jacket, I believe, or no, it's the pants, excuse me. It's the pants of Miss Jones.
And then say, and those are it for Miss Jones's clothing. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do at this time, I'm going to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 79, which are Taylor Jones's medical records from Grady Hospital. We're introducing them under the business records exception. And the entirety of the records are electronic, and we've printed out a portion that are relevant for Agent Clark's testimony.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
79 is admitted.
Now I'm going to give you a copy for your reference. A know you're not a medical professional, but I know you did speak with some at the hospital. I want to talk through Taylor Jones's records with you so we can talk through what her injuries were and what the treatment was.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said that Taylor was admitted at Grady. Can you tell us what they have for her full name and her date of birth there at Grady?
They have her listed as Taylor Leanne Jones with a date of birth of 10/14 of 2009.
Okay. And on the next page, can you tell us how she was transported to Grady?
Yes, ma'am. On the September 4th of 2024, she was transported via air vac.
And is that like a helicopter?
Yes, ma'am, or life flight is another term for it.
What time did she arrive at the hospital?
11:38.
And if you could refer to the next page, can you tell us what the description of Taylor's condition was under medical decision-making?
Yes, ma'am. It states that the patient is 14-year-old female with a GSW or gunshot wound and massive swelling to left thigh with tourniquet in place. Patient appears pale with cyanotic mucous membranes and a cool skin. O2 being delivered via NRB mask. She was speaking, oriented, and maintained her airway. No traumatic injuries noted to head and neck. Manual and automated blood pressure cuff unable to assess BP. On arrival with only access present, an IO in the injured leg and 20G IV in left hand. Access rapidly established with peripheral IV and A-line placed in right femoral artery. Patient given 2 units with rapid infusion device. Once BP obtained, patient rolled and no other injuries noted. X-rays of chest and lower left extremity obtained and analgesia achieved with pain doses ketamine. HR remained tetracardic in 130s to 160s. Tourniquet left in place and patient immediately taken to the OR, 2 unstable for CT imaging.
Okay. And then I'm also going to pull up page 8 from the medical records for the jury. Okay, and does this indicate the location of the gunshot wounds on Taylor's leg?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how are they notated on this picture?
With the numbers 1 and 2 and the circles around them.
Okay. All right, and now we're going to move to the next page. Will you read what it says under the section HPI?
Says 14 FSP GSW or gunshot wound to LLE lower leg extremity brought from Athens to Grady by life flight with tourniquet in place on lower left extremity. Taken directly to OR by trauma, large thigh hematoma, and 2 ballistic injuries. Admitted to the CQ, which is surgery intensive care unit, post-op for hemorrhagic shock and ventilator management.
And then will you read us also what lists of procedures were done to Taylor while she was at the hospital?
States 9-4 R subclavian cordis, 9-4 femoral artery, 9-4 ballistic wound exploration with the following: primary repair of SFA, femoral vein ligation, profound branch ligation, lower limb extremity X-fix and 4-compartment fasciotomy, 9-6 left femur IMN and fasciotomy wound closure.
Okay. And then next I want to talk briefly about what Taylor's mental state was while she was at the hospital. If you could turn to the next page, will you read the highlighted portion under history of present illness?
Yes, ma'am. States the patient appeared anxious, has had difficulty sleeping, averaging 3 hours a night, and has been ruminating about the details of the tragic school shooting. She has been having a lot of flashbacks and nightmares and is easily triggered by the things that remind her of the shooting, e.g. loud noises. The patient has had tremendous family support from great-grandfather, her custodial parent, siblings, friends, and clergy who are all around the clock.
Okay. And then let's go to the next page, which lists her final diagnoses. Can you tell us what those were?
Yes, ma'am. It states displayed fracture of left femur, acute respiratory failure, traumatic shock, major laceration of femoral artery, left leg, major laceration of femoral vein at hip and thigh level, left leg, acute prosthomoratic anemia, displaced commuted fracture of shaft of left femur, puncture wound without foreign body, left lower leg, lesion of lateral nerve, left lower limb, acute stress reaction, sleep terrors, anxiety disorder.
And can you tell us what her date of discharge was?
Yes, ma'am. It shows 9/4/24 is being administered, and her discharge date was 9/15 of 2024.
And then we're going to turn to the next page. Was she admitted back into the hospital the next day?
Yes, ma'am. It shows admission 9/16 of 2024.
And what was her chief complaint?
Her chief complaint, it states hip pain, patient BIB MS as transferred from OSH. PT was seen previously after injury first occurred for surgery here. PT reports increased pain to SX site.
And when was she released that day?
The discharge date was for 9/17 of 2024.
And then was she readmitted again on September 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
Okay. And what was she admitted for that day?
It states that GSW of 9/4, lower left extremity, new blood clot in lower left extremity from prox fem through gastric, had a fall today and hurt her knee.
And what was the discharge date for that one?
Discharge was on 9/24 of 2024.
Okay. All right. So you indicated earlier that you, I guess, were made aware that there would be patients at Grady and also Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Did you ultimately go to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta as well?
Yes, I did.
And when did you do that?
After speaking with Ms. Jones's family members and providing them with an update and the process of what we'd be doing, myself and the other agents then recollaborated and moved over to CHOA, which was not far down the street.
Okay. And when you went to CHOA, what was the first thing that you did?
We entered into their emergency room, found out where Miss Melanie Del Rey Castaneda was located.
Okay. And did you go see her?
Yes, we did.
And when you arrived, what was her condition?
They were prepping her for surgery. She was in the room in a bed, and they were prepping her.
Okay. What did you do after you went and saw her and she was being prepped for surgery?
While she was being prepped, I went and met with the charge nurse, advised her who I was, asked if there was any evidence that they may have collected while providing medical treatment. They advised me that there was.
Okay. And what evidence was that?
It was a bag of clothes as well.
Did you take those clothes into evidence as well?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what did you do with those clothes?
After collecting the evidence and once we were finished at CHOA, I then also took that along with Ms. Jones's items at the same time to Apalachee High School, where I processed it, sealed it up, and transferred custody over to our crime scene specialist.
And in processing it, did you also take pictures of those clothes?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And I believe those are States Exhibit 75 through 78, and they've already been introduced into evidence. So I'm going to start with States Exhibit 75 and display that. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, ma'am. It's a Mack Trucks shirt.
And was that the shirt being worn by Miss Delira Castaneda?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right, moving to 76. And what is that a picture of?
It's a gauze with a red liquid substance that was on it.
Okay. And then moving to States Exhibit 77. What is that a picture of?
It's a Gap sweatshirt with a red liquid substance on it, and it's also been cut.
Okay. And then States Exhibit 78. And what is that?
It's the same Gap shirt. I'm just displaying it, showing how it's cut and not in one piece.
Okay. Does it also show the blood on, or the
Red
what we
liquid
presume
substance.
is blood on the inside?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
No questions, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thanks, Your Honor.
You call your next witness.
They call Zane Zinni. If you could raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony you give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth.
I swear.
Okay. You put your hand down. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Jury, my name is Zane Zani. I'm a freshman at Georgia State University. I graduated Apalachee High School in 2025.
Okay. There's a microphone in front of you. You can probably move it around a little bit. It'll probably help. So you, last year, the school year 2024 and 2025, where did you go to school?
Apalachee High School.
Okay. And how old were you on September 4th of 2024?
17.
17. Okay. And what grade were you that year?
I was, I believe, a sophomore. Oh, no, sorry, senior, sorry. Yeah.
Senior. Okay. In second period, do you remember what you had for second period?
It was personal finance.
Okay. You remember who your teacher was?
No.
That's fine. Made a mark then. I have next to you a partial map of Apalachee High School. If you could kind of orient yourself to it, and if you recognize where everything is.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see the classroom you had for second period on that map?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that? You can get up and point it out. You don't have to stay glued to the chair.
It was on this hallway. I believe it was one of these two classes. I believe this one.
Okay. And at some point during the second period, did you leave that classroom?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
To the bathroom. I was located right over here.
Okay. And when you left the bathroom, how was everything normal when you left the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on your way back to class, did something happen?
Yes, sir.
Where were you when you first noticed something?
I was at this classroom right over here walking back to my class.
Okay. And what did you first notice?
I first noticed.
Sit back.
I first noticed loud banging,
Okay.
and I thought that some kids were messing out in the bathroom. Then later on, I seen a girl run past me. I was wondering what was going on, so I turned back to look. That's when I saw the shooter.
Okay. And what did you see when you say you saw the shooter? Describe him for me.
I don't remember who clothes he was wearing. I remember he was a bit of a shorter guy, white, like blondish hair, and he did have a gun.
Okay. Describe the gun to me.
Probably something typical like an AR that a lot of people are familiar with, that they probably never held, but they've seen before.
Like an AR?
Yeah.
Okay. What was he doing with it?
He was pointing off toward, well, not in my direction at the time, and I assumed that he was shooting because of a lot of bangs. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that back hallway, do you know what it's called?
No.
Okay. Is that the hallway he was shooting down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you heard the shots?
Yes, sir.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I had run back to my classroom, and per the rules, the teacher couldn't let me in. So she had told me to go hide in the bathroom. So that's what I did. I'd run down the hallway. May I show you?
Sure.
So I was here, so I run down here, and I done this way. I could have gone this way, but I was looking at the time, so I went this way.
And hidden those bathrooms down at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you do in the bathroom?
I had just waited. I was just waiting. I had texted my family at the time, but after that, it was me just waiting to see if he would come after me, because I did see that he saw me.
You noticed that he saw you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I was waiting beside the door in case he did come in.
So you didn't go in one of the stalls?
No, sir.
Where did you go?
I was just right in front of the door, so in case he did come in, I'd be able to at least defend myself somehow.
Okay. And did he ever come in?
No, sir.
How long did you stay in that bathroom?
I would say a couple minutes.
Okay. Where did you go from there?
I went to the library because some officers had come and they had checked out the bathroom and they had saw me.
Okay. So you stayed there until the officers came and got you out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think you said at the time you texted your family?
Yes, sir.
Who did you text?
We have a family group chat and I texted them.
A group chat?
Yes, sir.
And what things did you text them?
First I texted to see if my sister was okay, but she wasn't responding at the time.
Did your sister go to school there also?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I texted my sister, she was okay, but she hadn't responded at the time. So I just texted my family, I love y'all, and I just told them what the situation was.
Okay. Were you afraid for your life?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After law enforcement got you out, what did you do?
So we headed to the library, and after, I believe he was in custody, I'm not sure, but after that, were taken to the field.
The football field?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you wait there with your family, for your family?
Yes, sir.
Did someone come and get you?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
My sister.
Okay. And did you find your other sister that was in school that day?
Yes.
Okay. And was everybody okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you give a statement to law enforcement?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. I have no further questions for you, Ken.
All right, any cross?
No questions, Judge Nance.
All right, thank you. You're free to go. State calls next.
Your Honor, state calls D. Martin. Good morning, Ms. Martin. Could you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Swear the testimony you give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Hi, I'm Dee Martin. I was an assistant principal at Apalachee High School during the school year 24-25.
Okay. And how long have you been in the education field?
This is my 25th year.
Okay. So at 2024, 2025, you said you're at Apalachee?
Correct.
And what role did you have there?
Assistant principal.
Okay. How many assistant principals were at Apalachee that year?
4.
Okay. And what were your duties that year?
Discipline over 9th and 10th grade, and PSAT, some testing, and things like that. CTAE and math department.
Okay. So you were over the CT. What's the CTAE? I think Ms. Harris
It
said
is
something about that.
kind of our agriculture, technology areas.
Okay. And as your CTAE,
Yes.
is Ms. Harris one of your kind of like direct
Yes.
reports?
Yes.
Okay. And is that separate from your vice or assistant principal duties?
It's in conjunction.
In conjunction with, okay.
Mhm.
I want to take your attention to the morning of September 4th, 2024. This would have been the day of the shooting. Before the shooting, what were you doing that morning?
The day before, we did not have Wi-Fi, so I was playing catch up on documenting things that happened the day before, and going through the discipline queue.
Okay, so you're in charge of discipline for, you said 9th and 10th grade?
Yes.
And so what is the discipline queue?
It is our where teachers put in referrals, and they are in a list in a waiting area, and we go through and handle the situations as they come up.
Okay, and by handle them, what, I know they're all different, right? But just
Right.
in general, what are you doing?
So having conversations with students, figuring out their side of the referral and what happened, and then going through to decide what the best course of discipline is for that student.
Okay, so are there students in your office?
Yes.
Okay. Had you heard of a student named Colt Gray?
Not before the email from Ms. Harris that morning.
Okay. And so during first period, did you get an email from Susan? Is it Suzanne?
Suzanne.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Suzanne Harris.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence at State Exhibit number 32. And ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
Is that the email you got?
Yes.
And who is Suzanne Harris in relation to Colt Gray?
First period teacher.
Okay. And what does she teach first period?
A computer class of some sort.
Okay. And when did you receive this email?
Timestamps 8:46.
Okay.
So I probably looked at it within the next 5 minutes.
I was going to ask you that because I don't read my emails for a long time. How quick are you at reading your emails?
Very.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, definitely within 5 minutes.
Okay. And what is she telling you there?
She is making Lisa Butler and I aware that this student has asked about active shooter drills.
Okay. And who is Lisa Butler?
Lisa Butler is Colt Gray's counselor.
Okay. And when you say she's Colt Gray's counselor, how is that assigned?
They each have a portion of the alphabet.
Okay. So anyone with the last name that starts with a G would
Yes.
be Miss Butler's.
Correct.
As well as other letters that are also assigned to her.
Correct.
Okay. What did you do with this email at that time?
So I was CC'd on the email. So Lisa and I did have a conversation in which she brought up the lapse in education for him, that he didn't have an 8th grade year, and there were some concerns about that. And so I started looking into those pieces. Where
That he did not have school the year before?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Was this apparently new information to Lisa Butler, that he did not have school the year before?
I do not believe so.
Okay. At some point after that, did Miss Harris come to your office?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
It was in between first and second period.
Okay. And so that would be sometime between 9:38 and 9:45?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to show you a map of the full school. This is kind of partial, and your office is not on it.
Okay.
So we're going to pull it. Should be popping up on your screen
Okay.
there. Okay. If you could orient first where Miss Harris's class is or was, if you knew. I don't know if you knew where she
Okay.
was. Okay. And
Do you want
see
to just
that there?
describe it? Can I?
I can
Can you
put
pop
the
it?
annotation on if you want.
I think we can probably do it. That causes more problems.
Do you want me to just describe?
She's going to do it.
Oh, okay.
Or better yet. Yeah, I can throw it up. We'll go old school.
That's fine.
Can you point on there?
Yes. So this is my office,
Okay.
and Suzanne's classroom is right there.
Okay. And when she came to your office, what were you doing?
I was working with another student.
Was that one of those discipline things we talked about earlier?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see her? Did she actually come into your office, or is there glass, or when did you first
The door
notice her?
was, I believe the door was closed. I could tell that she was distressed.
Is that
and
through
she
glass?
I believe so.
Okay.
I think the door was closed, and she was in the waiting room area,
Mm-hmm.
and I could tell she needed to talk immediately.
Okay. So what did you do?
I asked the student to hang tight and went out, closed the door, and Suzanne and I went into Mr. Neely's office, which is the third office that's in that area.
Is it right, kind of in that little green extra thing there?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She a lot of things, but she was very nervous and obviously distressed. She told me that the book bag looked heavy and that she felt like there was definitely something in there. And I just tried to calm her down and tell her that I would handle it.
Okay. And did she tell you that she definitely saw something, or just believed something?
She just believed. She said that he struggled to pick it up. And that it just looked awkward. And she did share with me that she asked him if he needed help or if she could see the project and that interaction as well.
Okay. So what did you do with this information once you got this information?
I immediately tried to not distress the student that was in my office and get him out of there as quickly as possible. Called the SROs to get them on the way.
And just for my benefit, what does SRO stand for?
School Resource Officer.
So are these police officers that are assigned to your school?
That is correct.
Okay. And how many of them are there generally on a daily basis?
2.
Okay. And so what do they do as far as your knowledge during the day? Do they have a place where they are, or do they mingle around?
They have an office, but they try to stay unpredictable, and so they don't have a set routine.
Okay. So when you called them, did they come to your office?
Yes.
Okay. What happened at that point?
I quickly debriefed them on the situation as best I could, and we took off going towards Miss Greer's classroom.
Before you left to go to Ms. Greer's classroom, you said you had not known of Colt Gray.
No.
Did you take any steps to see what he looked like?
Yes.
What did you do?
In our school information system, Infinite Campus, I pulled this picture up, and it was his 4th grade picture.
Okay, I'm going to show you this Mark Stacy, this is number 107. Ask you to identify that.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is his person summary report from Infinite Campus.
Okay, and does it have the picture on it that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, is it accurate to what you saw that morning?
Yes.
Your Honor, tender state statement number 107 in the evidence.
No objection at this time we make witness is going out, but we'll discuss that later.
Thank you. And
107.
we'll publish that. So I assume you realized pretty quickly that that's not a high school student.
Correct.
Okay. Does it tell you when that picture was taken, or?
No, we can look at enrollment history and figure out, which I did not do that at that point.
Okay. Do you know why his more up-to-date photo was not in there?
Because he's a new student who had not been in Barrow County since 4th grade.
Okay. Do y'all take pictures periodically?
Yes, and I believe Apalachee, we try to take them within the first week of school, and so there's typically students who enroll after that.
Okay, so he enrolled after pictures were taken?
Correct.
Okay. So at this point, is this when I think you said y'all went to go find him?
Yes.
What information did you have as to where he was?
I knew he was in Catherine Greer's class, and I knew his name was Colin Gray.
Did you get that information from Miss Harris?
I did.
In an email?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Mark State Clip number 33, which is already in evidence. And is that the email you got from Miss Harris?
Yes.
And is that her telling you where he currently has second period?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did you receive that email?
Timestamp's 9:52. At this point, I probably was reading it in real time.
Okay. So who are the school resource officers that arrived to assist you? If you remember their names.
Brandon King and Dawson Matherly.
Okay. And are they normally assigned to Apalachee?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know them
Yes.
professionally, I guess?
Yes.
Okay. And where do y'all go?
Like I said, we debriefed right outside the office, and then we go towards down F Hall.
Pull that map back up and you can show what you did there.
So I leave my office here and go down F Hall to Miss Greer's room, back in the J Hall.
Thank you. When you get, and the SROs are with you?
Correct.
Okay. When you get to the class, what is the procedure between you and the SROs?
No conversation, really. I mean, we know our roles.
And what generally are those roles?
Yeah, so I have rights as an assistant principal to act in role of parent, and so I have more freedom to conduct searches, whereas law enforcement does not.
Okay, so you have more authority to search a student than a law enforcement officer does?
Correct.
Okay, so because of that authority, what's the role you play in this scenario?
The main one, I'm walking into the classroom, talking to the teacher, talking to the student, and taking the lead, so to speak.
Okay, and so do you go in the classroom?
I did go into the classroom. She had told me that he was in the restroom, that his things were still there. And so at this point, I thought it was smart to get the bag and take it with me.
Okay, so this student's bag was still in the room?
Correct.
Okay, and it was given to you?
Yes.
What do the school resource officers go into the room, the classroom?
No.
Okay. What do y'all do at this point?
We take the book bag and walk towards the restrooms there on J Hall. And the SROs enter, because it's a boys' restroom, so I cannot go in there. And so the SROs did go in to retrieve Colt.
Okay. And did they bring the student out?
Yes.
Okay. And who did they bring out?
They brought out Colton Gray.
Okay. And do you know Colin Gray?
I don't.
Okay. Did you know him at that time at all?
I did not.
Okay. What happens at that point?
We take him into a workroom adjacent to the men's restroom, and anytime I'm conducting a search, I want to make sure they understand why they're being searched. And so I was explaining to him that his first period teacher, Miss Harris, had alerted us, and he said, "I don't have Miss Harris," and I immediately knew we did not have the right student.
Okay. Did you search his book bag anyway, just to be safe?
Yeah, I think I did. Just kind of glance through it. And he immediately, as I was doing that and talking to him, was like, "Hey, I think you're looking for the guy that sits across from me. His name's Colin Gray," and we kind of knew that was the mix-up.
Okay. So what do you do at that point?
We exited that workroom, and I had Colton stand against the lockers while I went back in the classroom. And Miss Greer explained to me that, there's another student with a similar name. He's in the counseling office. And so I put Colton Gray back into the classroom, and the SROs and I walked towards the counseling office.
And if you could show on the map where the counseling office is.
Yes. Counseling office is...
Okay. And when you get to the counseling office, what do you do?
I ask the clerk that's in there, and I ask her if she's seen Colt Gray. She says no, so I walk back around the loop there, past Miss...
Inside the counselor's office?
Yeah, there's like a little loop-de-loop. I walked around, and when I got to Lisa's office,
Lisa Butler?
Correct. She was hanging up the phone. She said a lot of things, but all I really understood was that he had access to weapons. Okay. So at that point, I went to Miss Boyd's office, still in the counseling suite, shut the door, called my principal, and said, I think we've got a situation.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
There was a 10:15 alarm that went off on my phone randomly, and so I thought it was a transition. I have alarms on my phone for transition, so I was like, we need to lock the school down, and then we realized it wasn't transition, so we did not lock the school down at that point. So we met in my office, Miss Rayberg and I, and when we were in the office, we were trying to get a visual of Colt, so we knew who we were looking for in the hallway because we didn't have any picture.
Okay, so you're on, do you have access to the security footage of the cameras in is that
Yes.
in your office?
Yes.
Is that where you went from the counseling office?
Yes.
And is that G Hall, I guess you went down?
Yes.
Okay. So you're trying to find this student that you don't know what he looks like.
Correct.
What steps do you do to try and do that?
So we are trying to first get a visual of him when he left the classroom. So we were trying to nail down what time he left the classroom so we knew where to look on the cameras.
Okay. I'm going to show you Mark 6 and 34, which is already admitted to actually recognize that.
Yes.
And what are those?
I'm trying to. These are the emails to from me to Miss Greer asking what time that he left.
Okay. I'll show you. Can you pull that up? And what time is this that you're asking what time he left?
10:18.
Okay. And did you get a response from her?
Yes, I called into the classroom and asked her to check her email, and she responded at 10:20.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
We went to the cameras and found a student who left around 9:50. Took a screenshot. I don't even remember if we got it emailed to her, but it was not Colt.
Okay. And did you subsequently get an email from Ms. Greer?
Yes.
I'll show you 635. Already tendered in evidence. Actually, if you recognize that.
Thank you. Yes.
And what is that?
This is Ms. Greer's email to me at 10:22:04 saying he just came back to class.
Okay. How soon, that came at 10:22:04, how soon after that entered did you see it?
Oh, immediately.
Okay. How soon after you saw that did you hear shots? Or did you hear shots?
Definitely heard shots. Once I saw this, the location of my office is in with the atrium. I've got windows right there, and the SROs were. Now there were 3 of them. Chase Boyd had arrived, and so all 3 of them were in the atrium. And so I was trying to get their attention through the window, and realized quickly that wasn't going to work. So I was exiting my office when I heard gunshots.
Okay. How many shots did you hear?
Couldn't tell you.
Okay. What did you do when you heard the shots? Well, first off, what did the school resource officers do?
They were running towards the sound.
Okay. And what did you do?
Well, my colleague Ralph Neely told me to get in the office. We sat in the office, looked at footage with Rayberg, and just trying to figure out what was going on and if the scene was secure.
Okay. And were you able, so you're looking live on the security footage?
Yeah.
Were you able to see that the shooter was apprehended?
Yes.
Okay. What is your role, or what is administration's role at this point?
So once the 8-button push happens, we are no longer in control of the building. The law enforcement is. And so I knew that I was at their discretion. So I was basically just trying to ask the law enforcement where they needed my help.
Okay. And how long did you stay in your office?
Maybe a minute, maybe 2.
And where did you go from there?
three of us, that would be Neely, Rayberg, and myself. We went into the atrium and we were trying to kind of orient ourselves with what had just happened. And they were starting to release kids from rooms. So I felt like it was best for me to go out with the students and navigate them towards the stadium.
Okay. And did you go up to the stadium?
I did.
What was the process at the stadium? Was the school doing that, or was law enforcement? Like, I mean, it's got to be weird being in charge one minute and not being in charge the next
Right.
minute. How did that kind of work out?
It was so once we got most of the students to the field, I think law enforcement was trying to keep the community away, and Rayberg came on the radio and said the community, like, let these parents see their kids, and so we did allow the parents to come onto the field. They just couldn't leave after they came on the field.
Okay. And what was the purpose of not letting them leave?
I guess trying to be respectful of law enforcement.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long was everybody out on the field?
Hours.
Okay. And at some point, did you give a statement to law enforcement about what had happened?
I did.
Okay. Just a second, please. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross.
Thank you, Arne. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just have a few questions just to get a couple of things right in my mind. Approximately what time did Ms. Harris come to your office?
It would be about 9:40.
About 9:40. Okay. And she seemed to be upset and wanted to tell you about this book bag.
Correct.
Okay. And did she describe the book bag to you?
She said that it was awkward and heavy, and had a poster board with a sock hat on top.
Okay. So when you went to look, you knew that you were looking for something heavy with a poster board coming out,
Correct.
correct? I assume you got, since she was concerned, she knew what Colin Gray looked like.
Correct.
Did she give you a description of him?
No.
Did you ask her?
No.
Okay. Did you ultimately find out he was white male?
Yes.
Okay, had long blonde hair?
No.
Okay, you didn't find that out later?
No.
Okay. Did you take Ms. Harris with you when you went down to the classroom to look?
No.
And you got an email indicating that he had gotten back to the classroom about 9:50, correct?
Can you,
You did.
be more
You
specific?
sent an email, I think it was around 10:20, asking what time Colt Gray had come back to class.
I asked what time he left
Okay,
class.
what time he left.
Correct.
All right, and that was 9:50.
At 10:18, I asked her what time he left. And she said he left towards the beginning of first, probably around 9:50.
And what time did the shooting actually start, if you remember?
10:22.
So he had been missing then for 32 minutes, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Any redirect?
The 32 minutes is based on Ms. Greer telling you he left around 9:50.
Correct.
Did you look to see who was coming on the security cameras? Did you look to see who was coming out the door at 9:50?
Yes, and it was not Colt.
It was not Colt.
Correct.
So he did not leave at 9:50.
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Perry?
You did know at 9:40, though, when Ms. Harris came, that she was concerned about him having a gun.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you.
State calls next week.
Donovan Boyd. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go ahead and have a seat, and then tell us your name and go ahead and spell it for the court reporter.
All right. I am Donovan Chase Boyd, Donovan, Boyd, Boyd.
Okay. And what do you do?
I am one of the sergeants for the school resource officers. So I supervise over half the county, depending on which semester we're in.
And are you with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So as a sergeant, you said you supervise half the county. Tell me what you mean by half the county.
So we have the county split up into north and south as far as the number of schools that we have. So there are two sergeants. One of us is on the north side, and one of us is on the south side. And then each semester we flip. So we have equal exposure and working with everybody and being able to help everyone. So.
And about how many schools are on each side?
It's fairly equal. I didn't think to count how many, but like there's an equal number on both sides, thereabouts. Yeah.
And does that include elementary, middle, and high schools?
Yes, ma'am. So you'll have an equal number, more or less, on both sides, but the alternative school is actually located on the south side. So.
And then as far as your role in overseeing that, kind of tell me what your day-to-day is like.
So it can vary as in any law enforcement capacity. Typically what I'm doing is I'm going and checking and making sure my guys have what they need. If they're dealing with an issue at a school, I try and be there to help them kind of work through things. Checking out on how they're doing personally and, just making sure that they have what they need to do the job that they're doing. Addressing any concerns or issues that may be going on. And then doing any kind of like spot training or planning for training in the summer.
And tell me what the typical job of a school resource officer is who is assigned to a school.
So our primary function is to see to the safety and security of the school. We also work very hard to establish relationships within the school, mentoring, working with students and staff, helping them with issues, not just in a law enforcement capacity, but doing community-oriented policing.
Generally, how many school resource officers are assigned to each school?
So each high school has two, and we are currently in the process of getting one in every middle and every elementary school. Prior to that, and even right now, we have a few middle and elementaries that share one SRO, and they go back and forth, and we actually have a set of elementary schools where the SRO goes back and forth. But at present, both high schools have two SROs assigned to them.
And generally, are you assigned to a particular school?
Not typically. We as the supervisors will fill in when an SRO is out sick or in training and that kind of thing, so there's not a gap. Or we'll go and check in at the school. But we're typically not assigned to a school per se.
Back in September of 2024, were you in your same role as sergeant over the school resource officers?
Yes, ma'am. So in 2024, at that time, I was a sergeant, and I was actually helping fill in at the Bexar Arts and Science Academy, which is one of our high schools.
Is that also known as BASA?
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition to filling in as a school resource officer at BASA, did you still go around to other schools?
Yes, ma'am.
I am going to draw your attention to September 4th. Did you go to Apalachee High School that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you, at that point, temporarily assigned to BASA as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What brought you to Apalachee that day?
So that morning I was actually going to meet with one of my police explorers to give him a Bible. He participated in a Bible study that we do on Thursday nights, and he didn't have one at that time, so I was bringing him one. I actually went to the ROTC bay and dropped it off there, and I was also going to, while I was there, check in on the 2 SROs assigned there.
And what is the Police Explorers?
So the Police Explorers is through the Boy Scouts of America, or Scouting as it's known today, and it is a program for students and juveniles between the ages of 14 and 21 who have an interest in law enforcement. They can learn from us, and we do it once a week in a like training type capacity.
And so you indicated that you went to the ROTC office to drop that off. Can we pull up the full map? And I'll just have you, if you could look and tell us where on there the ROTC is.
Oh, goodness.
There should be a pointer up there after you kind of orient yourself.
Yeah, sorry. It's weird to see it in this format versus walking through. Use this? Yes, sir. Okay. All right.
Just for the record, is this 3.2?
This is 3.1 for the record.
Right. Sorry. Oh, gosh. So the ROTC bay is going to be right in here, I believe, if I'm looking at this correctly.
And do you remember approximately what time you got to the school that morning?
If I had to guess, it was somewhere between like 9:45, 9:50-ish, maybe.
And you indicated you wanted to check in on your 2 SROs who were assigned to that school. Who was assigned to the school at that time?
Deputy King and Deputy Matherly.
After dropping off the Bible at the ROTC bay,
Mm-hmm.
what did you do?
As I recall, I went back to the atrium. Do you want me to point to
Yes,
that?
yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. So at that point, I went to the atrium here, and I ended up meeting with Deputy King. He was briefing me a little bit about a potential issue at the school, and we were also discussing, as I said, we do Bible study on Thursday night, so we were actually standing there talking about what that topic was going to be.
So you and Deputy King were in the atrium. Did you know where the other school resource officer was at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when you say you ended up meeting Deputy King there, did y'all just kind of happen to run into each other?
I don't recall exactly if I met him there or on this hall here, but we made our way back to the atrium, as that's kind of a centralized hub where everyone kind of passes through and moves through. So that's kind of a natural place that we tended to gravitate to at that school.
So you indicated that he was briefing you a little bit on the situation that was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what he told you?
As I recall, they were trying to locate a student that had expressed that they were.
And Judge, I think this would be hearsay at this point, unless Deputy King plans to testify. If he does, then.
Yes, Deputy King is testifying next.
Okay, that's fine.
You drawn?
I will draw.
Okay.
Would you like me to continue?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So he was speaking with me about how there was a kid that they were trying to locate that he had ended up leaving the classroom. And I believe that
And I'm sorry, he was coughing. I couldn't. What?
I'm sorry.
You said you were locating him, and then I couldn't hear the next part.
They were trying to locate a child that had left one of the classrooms. And again, my understanding was the student had requested to go to counseling. So they didn't make it to counseling, so we were just trying to figure out where the kid may or could have been.
Did you have any information that that student had made any direct threats or had any sort of firearms at that time?
No, ma'am.
All right, so before we go any further into September 4th, I want to briefly talk about your trainings and protocols as related to locking down a school.
Yes, ma'am.
So in a case such as what you had on September 4th, where a student has not made any direct threats, but is missing and you're trying to locate him, what protocol do y'all generally follow?
So for us, if admin is asking us to help look for a student, we will look in bathrooms, hallways, depending on where the student's coming from. We try and look kind of in the general area of where they may be roaming from to where they're trying to get to, without any additional indications of anything like that. It's not uncommon for students to take longer than anticipated to go from one point to another.
What is a hard lockdown?
So a hard lockdown is where everyone, at present, everyone goes into their classrooms, the doors are locked and secured, they go into what is known as a deep corner. So they are as unvisible as possible. Lights are out, everyone's instructed to be quiet and wait until law enforcement comes by and unlocks and opens the door and removes them and moves them to another location.
And as far as entrances and exits to the building, are those all locked as well?
Yes, ma'am. So the schools always operate in what would be kind of a level 1 or a basic lockdown, where you don't have just free movement to come in and out of any exterior door into the building.
And what are some of the issues or risks associated with issuing a hard lockdown?
So depending on the situation, you can potentially create a barricaded armed individual in with other students or staff. That's the one that really kind of sticks out as far as why a lockdown could be an issue. Also panic, depending on what it is, and what would be the reasoning for us to issue the hard lockdown. Again, there's a lot of factors that kind of come into play, so it's hard to kind of give a concrete one way or the other, if that makes sense.
So in a situation where you are unable to locate a student who has a gun, the biggest risk of issuing a lockdown in that situation?
Could be, and again, it depends on if we're during the middle of a transition or if they're already in class, or if the student is not in class and we don't know where they are. So again, all of those are going to factor into whether or not we determine the best case or best course of action would be to do the lockdown or not. Again, ultimately it's going to just kind of depend on a case-by-case basis.
And so in a case, I guess, where kids are in class, it's not a transition, and you are unable to locate a student who potentially has a gun, what's the risk of, is that the risk you were referring to of issuing a lockdown, creating a barricaded situation?
So if we don't have a reason to believe they're in a classroom necessarily, then that would reduce the risk. Ultimately, what we are typically doing with situations like this is we're letting the school make the call, unless it's something like what you're describing. But again, as far as that day went, we didn't have any indications of anything like that.
Okay. And so at that time, there was no, a hard lockdown was not something that y'all would have done in that situation?
With the limited amount of information that we currently had at that time, no, ma'am, because it's not uncommon for a student to leave the classroom to go to, say, guidance or counseling in a high school setting. And again, it would depend on the school that we're in. In an elementary school, if a child goes missing, we are more likely to call a lockdown in that regard, because then we don't have students moving about and it's easier to locate a missing juvenile in that age range because they can't really take care of themselves as much. In a middle school, it changes a little bit, but not as much. And then in the high school, because they're more apt to be able to take care of oneself, it's not as critical to do a hard lockdown just to locate a student that's missing from class.
And I guess is your main goal to find that student?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And of course, finding that student would prevent any future incidents if you found that student at that time, I guess. If the student had a gun and you found him, then that would hopefully eliminate the situation. Is that correct?
Sure. Yes, ma'am. And I mean, that does happen on occasion, yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll circle back to September 4th.
Okay.
So you are in the atrium with Deputy King. What happened while you were there?
He and I were standing there, again, discussing Bible study after we'd kind of spoken about the very limited information we had at the time. There was a group of students with like the big pickle jars type things, and they were kind of tapping on those. And then we ended up kind of hearing like a tap, tap, tap. The best way I could kind of describe that would be like a muffled snare drum type sound is what it kind of sounded like at the time. I remember King and I both looked at each other for a split second and then went down the hall toward what we rightly assumed at that point was gunfire.
Okay. And did y'all attempt to go in the direction where the gunfire was coming from?
Yes, ma'am. That's one of the things we trained to do.
And tell me what happened as y'all are running towards the gunfire.
So do you want me to indicate where we were running down? Or?
Yeah, if you want to indicate first, and then you can sit back down after.
Sure. So I don't want to block anything. I'm sorry. That's better for the jurors. So we're here in the atrium, and we hear everything. And so we start heading down this hall here to what we would refer to as a T intersection because it makes a T. As we're coming down this way, as I recall, I got on the radio to let dispatch and other units know that we had an active shooter at Apalachee High School, and we just continued to that T intersection. Do you want me to continue with?
Yes, go ahead.
Once we got to this T intersection, there was a slight pause as we're listening because there was a brief moment where we didn't hear gunfire. And so we're trying to orient and see which direction to go because, again, you have two options. Then we round the corner. And when we make the turn and turn right down the hall, Deputy King and I are presented with a lot of smoke and dust in the hallway. The concussion from the AR firing and the drop ceiling, as best as I can understand, I'm not an engineer or anything like that, but the dust and everything shook down, making it very hard to see. All I could make out was a like dark or black silhouette in the smoke toward the end of the hall. It's actually, he was backlit because this exterior door here, you had sunlight coming in. We're down here when we first make the turn, and we end up making contact with them around in here where these bathrooms are. As we're coming down through here, I want to say somewhere in here, one of the victims was laying in the hallway. Because of the smoke and the dust and everything, I initially thought it was a duffel bag until I got close enough. Once we got pretty close to Colt, we were able to see that he was a student. The AR was down in front of him. He was compliant. We were able to get him down while Deputy King covered him with lethal cover. I proceeded to handcuff him and do a search and pat down for weapons and anything else. While doing that, I was able to take multiple full magazines for the AR-15 out of his pockets and kind of secure those out of the way. And then, as I recall, the next steps were to let dispatch and the other deputies know what we had, where we were at, and what we needed, so we could start responding to everything else that was going to need to be addressed after.
So as you indicated, as you round the corner, you saw a black silhouette.
Yes, ma'am.
What did y'all, at that point, did you know it was who y'all presumed was the shooter?
No, ma'am.
What did y'all say as you round the corner and saw that?
Show us your hands, get on the ground, drop the weapon, all things that we practice and trained to say. Again, at that point, we didn't know if it was a student, we didn't know if it was a staff member or teacher, and we didn't know if it was the shooter. We were purely going and trying to make contact with whoever it was in the hallway so we could make an assessment of where to go from there.
As y'all continued to run down the hallway, did y'all know if he had dropped the gun at that point?
No, ma'am. Again, we could not see.
So y'all are basically just running in blind?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you take him into custody and you search him and you take out the magazines. At that point that you are telling dispatch, hey, this is what we need, what do you start doing?
I'm on the radio saying that we need to shut down the front from like Tom Miller down to like not quite to Carl Bethlehem, but like over by Kendall Park, so that we can get med teams in and that kind of stuff. I let them know that we had one in custody, that we don't know if there's any other shooters. I have no idea how many are wounded. I have one in the hallway that I'm unsure if there's anything that we can do for, and I'm not exactly sure how I phrased that at the time. And at that point, we're just kind of holding the hallway because it was just King and I at that moment having to hold. So we're having to hold here, which is terrible to try and do with two people. Because again, we don't know, sorry, we don't know if there's any additional threats at the time. So we're having to try and hold, and we have to keep control of Colt, and we're responsible for him at that point once we took him into custody. Excuse me. A short time, and it felt like a long time, but a short time later, Deputy Cook responded from Heyman Morris, and he helped us hold things until additional units got there.
And were additional units there pretty quickly?
Yes, ma'am. I would say that they were there very quickly. I do recall the colonel, sheriff, Jeremy, one of the firefighter guys, with one of our RTF teams, got there very quickly, and they were in there and they started working through and triaging and figuring out who needed assistance and things, so we were able to get people out pretty quickly.
And RTF, does that stand for Rescue Task Force?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So when more individuals get there, more law enforcement get there, and you're no longer having to hold kind of the scene with the shooter, what did you do?
So at that point, we were going to have to systematically sweep the school and check the condition of everybody and start evacuation processes. As SROs, all of us in the unit have universal keys that work for all the school buildings. So when we started forming the teams up to go, I had a set of keys. So I started going and clearing with a group of some of our guys, but we had so many people that responded from all over the state. So we had people from Gwinnett and Commerce and GBI and FBI and GSP, but we went through and started the systematic, methodical clearing or static clearing of the building at that point.
And then you indicated you weren't, at that point, sure if there were other threats.
Correct.
Is that something else you were looking for to make sure that there were no additional shooters in the building?
Yes, ma'am. We never assumed that the singular threat that we've dealt with is the only threat until we do a sweep and subsequent sweeps of the building to make sure that there isn't someone else who is either waiting or is actively doing violence.
And on this particular day, were there potential threats at other schools as well?
So during the process of clearing Apalachee for the second or third time, I don't exactly recall where we were in that because of the building got cleared multiple times. We were getting reports of threats against other schools, like Winder Barrow was one of those. So at that point, they took people from Apalachee and started sending them out to the other schools to sweep them and make sure that they were good. At that point, Deputy Good, who had come to the scene and was the SRO the previous year, he and I, who were at Bassa normally, left this school and went over to Bassa and cleared it and held things there until I came back later in the evening.
I don't have anything further. Thank you. The defense may have some questions.
Just a few things, thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Great, thank you. Just want to ask you a few questions. You gave a statement to, I think, David Kissinger, GBI special agent, shortly after the incident. Is that right?
It was that evening, yes, sir.
Okay. You remember indicating to him that you arrived about 10:30.
Sure. I don't exactly recall the time, no, sir.
I don't want to put any words in your mouth.
No,
I'd be glad to show you if you'd like one.
No, and I believe you have no reason to think that it's
Do you
not.
recall it was about that time, though?
Sure.
Okay. And you indicated to us that you were having conversations. Was there more than one person there that you were talking with? In other words, was an assistant principal there at that time?
I don't recall.
Don't recall. How long were you there before you heard the first shot?
I'm not sure. I wasn't keeping track of it.
Well, were you having conversations when you heard the first shot?
Yes, sir. I was speaking with Deputy King, as I recall.
And Deputy King had indicated to you that they didn't have a description of this young man that
Correct.
you were looking for, correct?
Mm.
Did he indicate to you that that Ms. Harris had emailed Lisa Butler at 8:56 telling her that this is somebody that y'all need to check up on and look at?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Did the assistant principal give you any information about this person?
Not that I recall.
So the only information that you got was from Detective King that there was somebody that y'all needed to look for?
Deputy King, as far as I recall, yes, sir.
Okay, but you didn't know what they looked like?
No, sir.
Did he indicate to you that he had already been looking in any of the bathrooms or anything?
As I recall, yes.
Okay, and do you recall which bathrooms he said he had looked in?
No, not specifically.
So you don't really know, other than you know that y'all were looking for somebody. Do you know how long people had been searching for this person?
No, sir.
So if there was an email from Ms. Harris to counselor at 8:56, it would have been about an hour and a half before the shooting, is that right?
I guess if it occurred around 10:30 and you're saying that the email was at 9, then yeah, I would think the math would, yeah, an hour and a half.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. May he be excused?
Ready to go. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a little morning restroom break, 10 to 15 minutes.
The first thing is, I inadvertently gave the Grady medical records the same number as another exhibit. So I announced on the record it was 79, but they are actually 71, and those are Taylor Jones's medical records, just so the record can be corrected for that.
So 79 is actually 71?
Yes. Yes.
No objection.
The 79 was previously tendered, I think it's Natalie Griffith's medical
Yes.
records, and that was correct.
79.
And then we went ahead and presented our charges. I gave them to Danielle and the defense, and I'll file them later. We are going a little faster than anticipated, so I didn't want to wait until the last minute to do that, because we could be done by Friday, next Friday.
We'll be getting ours together too, Judge.
On Friday.
Hey, Friday, not this Friday.
The other thing, Judge, is, so our next witness is gonna be Deputy King. After him is our crime scene witness. We do expect her to be pretty long, so we wanted to give the court notice, because we're probably gonna land at kind of a weird time that we'll either break late or early, so to give you that choice. The other thing about Special Agent Stewart, we are gonna be publishing sensitive material through her. We wanted to let those in the gallery know that we'll be publishing the first thing early on in her testimony, essentially recording walkthrough of the school that was filmed of the crime scene. So there is sensitive material in that walkthrough that some people may not want to observe. We'll then show pictures of the crime scene, which obviously may be upsetting for some people if they don't want to see that. We wanted to give everybody a heads up. We do have a few pictures of the deceased victims, but we will put a disclaimer before we publish those, both for the media and anyone who specifically wants to avoid exposing themselves to that.
Yeah, just make sure that we in the media are aware of those things that are not to be recorded based on our Friday motions and consent order.
Yes, sir, and we have those pictures that the media is not allowed to capture. They are at the end and separated out so that we don't accidentally do that.
We may need to break mid-direct or somewhere in the direct, just the lunch
Yes, sir.
we kind of already had it in the works coming, so I don't know. I don't want it to sit for 30 minutes before they get their food, so. All right, ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring them in. No, Miss. Somebody calls next one.
State calls Brandon King. Could you raise your right hand? Swear the testimony you give in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, please. If you could speak into the microphone when you get the chance, and if you could introduce yourself for the court, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon King. I'm a deputy sheriff with the Bexar County Sheriff's Office, currently assigned to the School Resource Officer Unit.
Okay. And what is a school resource officer?
We are a sheriff's deputy, but we're just assigned to the school So we were just in school during school hours, during school activities, and all that to provide security for the school.
Okay. And how long have you been a school resource officer?
I started January 2nd, 2024.
How long have you been in law enforcement in general?
About 6 years. I was with Gwinnett for around 4 years. Gwinnett County Police before.
Okay. And so when you came to Barrow County, did you go straight into school resource officer?
No, sir. So I got hired with Barrow County October 30th, 2023. I did field training because I was a transfer, and we did that, and then I started with the SRO unit January 2nd, 2024.
With being part of the SRO unit, do you have specialized, do y'all do any sort of trainings for active shooters?
Yes, sir. So we do it during the summertime. Our unit usually does our own training for about 2 weeks-ish during the summer. I was a part of one of their trainings before, and then all my other previous training was with Gwinnett County Police, and we did active shooter training, single officer response.
Okay. Were you part of the big thing they had done at, I believe it was Russell Middle?
Yes, sir, in
earlier
March.
the year? In March?
Yes, sir.
You were part of that?
Correct.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that training?
That's the first time I've ever been part of a large-scale training like that. They implemented people from the Rescue Task Force, which are people made up from Barrow County Fire Department who were EMTs and paramedics, and it helps get a faster response to render medical aid.
What did y'all do before that? Would they just wait until the scene was secured to come in?
I have no idea what Barrow County did, sir. I wasn't here before on that, so that's my first one. When I was at Gwinnett, that's what they did.
Okay.
At Gwinnett, they staged until the scene was completely safe. Here at Barrow, I don't know what they did.
Okay. So what were you told is the reason they switched it to the new system?
To help render aid faster, right? Because if somebody's critically wounded, the faster we get the medical attention or out of the building is the faster we can hopefully save their lives and keep them from dying.
Okay. I want to take your attention to September of 2024. Were you school resource officer on that day?
Yes, sir.
And what school were you assigned to?
Apalachee High School.
How long had you been assigned to that school?
January 2nd. Or actually, probably the second week of January, when I started the 2nd, I did a field training officer with our SR unit, which just I went around different schools and learned their process. So probably the second week of January in 2024.
Okay, so basically the second semester.
Correct. Yes, sir. The spring semester.
What do school resource officers do in the summertime?
So we go help the roads. We go help civil transports, that kind of thing. And then we also have like a summer camp, which is what we do. We take a group of usually middle school boys. We take them on like day trips, like hiking, stuff like that, and then we also take them to Jekyll Island most of the time, and it's like a little camp, just kind of like a boys' camp.
Okay. So in September, when did school start for Apalachee?
August 1st, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And what did you do generally day to day from August to September?
I was in the school all day during the school hours. I personally like to walk around. I can't sit still very well, so I just did laps around the school, checked classroom doors, make sure they were shut. That's something I was really, really big on. I ruffled some feathers about how I closed some doors a couple of times. I was also really big about keeping the exterior door closed and make sure everything is secure.
What is the protocol for the secure, like how secure is the school on just a daily basis?
So I guess the easy way to explain it, we're in essentially a soft lockdown. And what that means is classroom doors are shut, and they have a mechanism in the door handle where it automatically locks behind the teacher. So when you walk out, if you exit the classroom and you shut the door behind you, it automatically locks.
Okay. How would a student get back in?
They would have to knock on the door and have either a teacher or whatever trusted student the teacher assigned to let the kid back in, the student back in.
And how would someone say, my kid forgot his cleats for soccer? How would I, as a parent, get into the school during the school day?
So where our office is in the attendance office, and it's just set up just like there's an exterior door and a vestibule and then another door, and then you'd have to go and ring the bell and tell the attendance lady, which is Miss Stanfield, I'm not sure if you're still there, while you're there, and then you just would drop off the cleats.
Okay.
I love his
Pull up
shoes.
a larger picture of the school. This is States 3.1. And it's behind you. Is that, well, it's in front of you and behind you.
Yes, sir.
Could you orient yourself to the school and then tell me where is this office that's your office or y'all's office?
Do I have permission to stand?
Please, that'd be great. There should be a pointer there.
So this is, if I recall correctly, this is the front off, or the attendance office is right here.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm gonna say. Hang on. This map's turning weird. It's atrium. I don't know. My best guess is this is the media center, if I remember correctly, and then this is the entrance
Okay.
to the attendance office, and our office is right here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And so that's the only entrance during the school day that someone can get to is that entrance there?
Either that or the main office, this is the main entrance.
Okay. And all the other doors would have been, exterior doors would be locked?
Yes, sir. They're
Okay.
supposed to be
Okay.
locked and shut. And then there's also software where if a exterior door is propped open for too long, it sends us a text message to my work phone and it notified me that there was an exterior door locked
Okay.
or an exterior door opened.
Okay. You can have a seat. Are you familiar with what's called the Centegic system?
Yes, sir.
What's that about?
So a Centegic system is what the school implemented. I can't remember the exact date. So what that does is it notifies everybody who has a Centegic app of either a soft staff alert, which is a 3-button press, or hard lockdown, which is an 8-button press. Staff alerts usually used for like fights, medical, that kind of stuff, and then the hard lockdown, the 8-button press is when there is an immediate threat inside the school or on school property.
Okay. And do you have that app on your phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to take you to the morning of September 4th, 2024. Were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what were you doing that specific day, that morning?
So that specific morning, I went and did traffic. Back in those days, we did morning traffic, which is either for the parent drop-off or for the bus lane. I had actually had a nail in my tire I've been trying to get fixed for 3 or 4 days, and I finally had the time to get it fixed after my morning traffic, which is I'd say around 7:35ish, maybe. I went to Quick Lane, which is just right up the road, and got my tire fixed, and I returned to school. And I let my partner at the time, Dawson Matherly, know I was going to be out and off school campus for a short while.
Okay, so that's there's another school resource officer
Yes, sir.
assigned to that school?
Correct.
Okay.
There's 2 at Avery High School.
About what time did you get back from that?
Before 10 o'clock, so probably 9:30, 10 o'clock-ish. I know I got a phone call on my office phone around 10 o'clock, so it was before then.
Okay. So you get back and I guess you were in your office?
Correct. I was in my office checking my emails. I could do every morning, just make sure there's nothing that I need to know about, nothing I missed. So it kind of put me back a little bit because I usually do that right after students arrive, after I do my first initial walkthrough.
Mm-hmm.
So I was a little bit behind.
No problem. And you said you got a phone call?
Correct.
Who was that from?
From Miss D. Martin, assistant principal, calling my desk phone in the SRO office and advised that she has a concerning email from a teacher and she needed to see us.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
So me and my partner took the most direct route to Miss Martin's office, which is the admin suite, which is pretty much in the center of the atrium.
Okay. And could you show us on the map?
Yes, sir.
where you went?
Permission to stand?
Please.
So this is the atrium, and these are the admin offices. So we went out, the attendance office door is here, took a right, went in the atrium, and then the entrance to the admin suite's back here.
Okay.
And when we went to Ms. Martin's office, she was actually dealing with another student, so we stood outside for just a few minutes while she was finishing up with that one student.
Okay. And when she came out, what did she tell you?
She said that she has a concerning email about from a teacher in reference to a kid that had a large book bag and was asking weird questions about the active shooter procedure.
Okay. And what was the plan of action at that point? What was she asking of you?
So what we do is we just aid school admin. So we were just there for security is one thing. when they get a threat, we don't have probable cause to exactly search every student just because of an anonymous tip. A school admin doesn't have to abide by the Fourth Amendment like we do. So what they do is they conduct an admin search, which is they look through the students' things and all that while we stand by for security. And if the school admin finds anything that gives us a probable cause for an arrest or a penal offense that was committed, then we can take over the situation from there.
Okay, I want to delve into that a little bit. So hypothetically, if I were to say, I think that guy over there's got a gun,
Right?
can you just stop him and search him?
No, sir.
And-
So what we could do is called a Terry frisk, which is just a brief, it's not a search, it's a quick pat down of the person's clothing or items to make sure that they don't have a weapon.
Okay, so under the Fourth Amendment, for you to search somebody, being law enforcement, you need to have what you said, probable cause?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but is a teacher in the same position as a law enforcement at a school?
No, sir. So at school admin, they also, if I understand correctly, when every student enrolls in Bexar County schools, they pretty much essentially sign what I call a Fourth Amendment waiver, which means that when the student is at the school admin is acting as a parent to the child at that time, and they have custody, I guess is a better word for it. So school admin just has to have anything to do with school safety that they can articulate about why they want to do a search.
Okay. So normal procedure would be for the administration to take the lead and you guys provide kind of like a security
Correct.
backup.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at this point, what do you know about this student?
Nothing at all, sir.
Okay. Do you know what he looks like?
No, sir.
Okay. What's the plan?
The plan was to go to where the student was at, pull the student out, and stand by for security while school admin conducted their investigation and did an administrative search of the student to ensure they did not have a weapon.
Okay. And where did y'all go?
We went straight down F Hall to J Hall and went to Mrs. Greer's, if I remember correctly, her classroom where the student was supposed to be.
Okay. And did you go into the classroom?
No, sir. We stood outside, close by the door, just to provide security for Miss Martin.
And did Miss Martin go into class?
She went to the door. She might have took one or two steps into the classroom.
Okay.
At that point, just requested that student come speak to her.
And was that student in the classroom?
No, sir.
Okay. And were y'all directed where that student may be?
So we were close enough where I could hear the teacher say he was in the bathroom. So I immediately went to the closest bathroom, which is on J Hall.
Could you show us that on the?
Yes, sir. So this is J Hall, and the closest bathrooms are right here. I'm sorry, no, there's a closet. Closest bathrooms are right here.
Okay. So that's where y'all went?
Yes, sir. So Miss Greer's is one of these classrooms. I think it's the third. I think it's that. I think if I'm saying correctly, that's Miss Greer's. We went straight down here into those bathrooms, and I went in and asked if anybody in there was Colin Gray.
Okay. And was that the name you'd been given?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many kids were in the bathroom?
There were several kids in the bathroom. One student was laying up against the wall on his phone. He says, "I'm Colin Gray." And I requested him come talk to me. Deputy Mallory also went with me in the bathroom. I requested him check the rest of the bathroom while I got that one student out, and we escorted him to the nearest teacher workroom.
Okay. And where's that located at?
Right here.
Oh, so just right there at it.
Yes, sir. So it was only a few doors down.
Okay. When you got to the teacher's workroom, what happened?
Miss Martin the student left his personal belongings, his book bag, in the classroom. Miss Martin got that when we went and retrieved the student out of the bathroom.
Okay.
Miss Martin conducted an admin search of his book bag, and I did a quick Terry pat, which is me patting him down with an open hand. I did not I did not move any objects in his pockets or anything like that. Just a quick pat down to ensure he didn't have something I could identify as a weapon.
Okay. And were there any weapons on there?
No, sir.
Was he being cooperative with y'all?
100%. And he was in shock. He didn't know what the heck we were talking about.
Okay. At some point, does he tell you that there's another kid with the same name?
I can't recall directly if he told us or if when we escorted that student back to the classroom, the teacher advised Ms. Martin there was another kid.
Okay.
With
But
that
at some
name.
point in that time, you realize there's
Correct.
another kid.
The way I recall it is first time I've heard that is when we took that student, Colin Gray, but he also goes by Colt, back to the classroom, and then I heard the teacher said, we also have another Colt Gray, and he's in the counseling office.
Okay. And where's the counseling office on there?
We're right here.
Okay.
So what we did as soon as we got that information, we took the most direct route, which is down J Hall to K Hall, and we call this H Hall, straight to the counseling suite. When I arrived at the counseling suite, I immediately did a quick search of the suite to make sure that to identify if the student was in there. We checked closets and bathrooms, and he was not in the counseling suite. I talked to school counselor Ms. Butler, who said that she received a call from the student's mother that morning, and the mother was just concerned about him. And then I asked her questions about concerned why, and she said, "Oh, she's just concerned about him. We just need to check on him."
Okay. And where is Miss Martin at this time? She's still with
Miss
you?
Martin went with us. So me, my partner, Miss Martin, all went to the admin suite, or I'm sorry, the counseling office
Okay.
at that time.
So he's not there.
Correct.
Where do y'all go next?
So I asked Miss Butler for a picture of him.
Uh-huh.
School uses something called Infinite Campus, which is a online website where they keep track of all the students' behavioral issues, their grades, their enrollments, everything like that. And most of the time, a current picture or the year before, depends what time of year it was, their yearbook picture is what's on their profile. So that I requested to see that so I could potentially identify or know what the student looked like.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart Space at number 107, which is already in evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that the picture you're referring to from Infinite Campus?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pull that up. And is that him?
Yes, sir. So
Was it obvious to you at that point that ain't a high school kid?
correct. Yes, sir. I identify that as possibly late elementary, early middle school. So that picture really wasn't of huge use. I mean, we kind of have a general idea, but.
Okay. So y'all go from there to where?
So after I took that picture, I informed my partner to go with Ms. Martin back to the admin suite to look at video surveillance to see what we could identify what the kid was wearing, what he looked like, and exactly where he went, because he did not go where he said he was going to go.
Okay.
As soon as we left the admin suite, the counseling suite, I observed Sergeant Boyd walk up G Hall, and I gave a quick rundown of what exactly we had, which is kid had a large book bag, asked some questions about active shooter procedures, informed him that Miss Butler received a call from a mom concerned, and didn't give really information, didn't give any kind of.
Where is this conversation with W. Boyd taking place?
It's either at the intersection of H Hall and G Hall, or somewhere G Hall close to H Hall. So this is G Hall, and we call this H Hall.
Okay.
So it's either, if I recall, somewhere around here, it might have been a little bit further down G Hall, but somewhere in this general vicinity.
Are y'all moving and talking?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We were
What
walking-
direction are you moving to?
We were walking down G Hall to the atrium. My plan of action was, since I didn't know what the center looked like, I was trying to go somewhere where I could observe the vast majority of the school. The good thing about the atrium here, you can see down all these long hallways. Granted, you can't see all the school, but at that one particular spot, you can see the most of the school.
That's the best spot to see the most?
Correct.
Okay. Y'all normally go there?
This is where I stood very often. It's where I just like, because you can see most of the school from that area.
And so do you and Deputy Boyd make it to the atrium?
Yes, sir. So we walked down the atrium. We stood at the atrium at the table, and we were just talking. Me and Sergeant Boyd were part of a small group with a few students and all that for
What do you mean by
Bible study.
small group? Bible study?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. So we were sitting there talking about what we're going to do that next day for Bible study.
Okay. And I guess you're waiting on Martin and Matterly to
Correct.
find this kid on,
Yes, sir.
on video. Okay. How long are you standing there before something happens?
If I predict a few minutes, it wasn't
Okay.
very long. While we're standing there, there was a class that had some kind of science project. They had empty pickle jars with plastic spoons, and they were beating on the jars, and it kind of makes like a drum sound.
Because why not?
Right, correct, makes sense. So while I heard that, and then I also heard a noise similar to it off in the distance, but I quickly realized it was a different sound.
Okay.
Um,
When you say quickly and it was a different, how's your brain working here?
I quickly identified them as gunshots. I took off down F Hall. Sergeant Boyd followed me.
Did you say anything to the Deputy Boyd before he took off?
No, sir. Like, we both just gave each other that look, like, are you hearing what I'm hearing? And we both just took off.
And is that the direction you're hearing the shots come from?
Somewhere in that corner of the school. I'm not sure exactly what drove me to that corner. It's just probably like the kid was supposed to be over here on J Hall. That's the best. It sounds like it was coming from that area. So that was my best, I guess you call it a guess at that time, to start there and start looking for what was going on.
Okay. So tell me about the trip down J Hall. Are you in front of Boyd or?
Yes, sir. So I ran down F Hall and I paused at F Hall in search of J Hall. I heard one more gunshot. I couldn't really direct where it was coming from, so I looked behind and Sergeant Boyd was a few feet behind me. I was like, "You good? You good?" Making sure that he wasn't shot or he wasn't one that was shooting. He says, "No, we're good." And then right there at the intersection, there was a bunch of haze. The best way I can describe it is on like a very, very foggy day where you can only see a few feet in front of you. And then on J Hall, the two corners of J Hall, the end of the hallways, they're exterior doors, big windows in them. So that also diminished a lot of visibility.
Was it a bright day that day?
Yes, sir. So it's very similar. Like if you're driving down the road in your vehicle and it's really foggy, you turn on your high beams and it washes it out even more. It was very similar to that.
Okay. So do you have an idea, you're at this T intersection with J Hall, do you have an idea of whether you want to go left or right?
So I'll look left and right, which is what I'm trying to do. And to the right, I've seen a human-shaped object laying on the ground and a human-shaped object above or right next to that.
Was the second one standing?
Yes, sir. The second one was standing. I wasn't sure if it was a teacher, if it was another student, or if it was a shooter. It was so foggy I couldn't see any weapons in his hands or anything like that. I gave one command of show me your hands, to put it in a nice way.
Did you say it in a polite manner?
No, so I said show me your fucking hands.
Okay. And where about on that were you when you started yelling?
So as soon, this is F Hall, this is J Hall. So as soon as I was right here and I turned the corner and I started walking, I yelled. The shooter was down here close to the intersection of J Hall and K Hall.
Okay. So where were you when you yelled?
When my first command was somewhere around here.
Okay.
And then we continued to yell throughout the whole thing. I didn't really know what was going on until about halfway down the hallway, which is closer to I Hall.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I seen a body on the ground, and then the person I sitting on the ground next to it, and then a rifle next to it.
Okay. And did you have your duty weapon drawn?
Yes, sir.
At what point in this trip did you draw your weapon?
As soon as I ran down that hall.
Okay. This person, this figure that you saw, and you're yelling commands at him, did you see whether or not he abided by those commands?
He abided as soon as I yelled the first command.
The first time?
Yes, sir.
What
So
did he do?
I could observe the head area of the human-shaped object turn and look at us, and then he or she immediately got on the ground and didn't move after that.
Okay. What did y'all do at that point?
So me and Sergeant Ward were stacked up. I was in front, he was behind me, until about the halfway point where we could observe a lot better and see what we had. And then we split off. I was on the right side of the hallway, and Sergeant Ward was on the left side. We were running down the hallway still yelling commands to not move and to not reach towards the rifle.
Okay. What was he doing?
He did the textbook as we were trained in the academy, he got on the prone position, which means he got on the stomach. He put his arms out to the side like an airplane, and then he turned his head and didn't look, turned his head away from us and wasn't looking.
Are you telling him to do these specific things?
No, no, sir.
So he's doing that on his own volition?
He did exactly on his own, almost like he knew exactly what to do.
So what did y'all do when you were riding with him?
So when we got close enough, Sergeant Boyd pulled his handcuffs out, and I kept him at gunpoint to provide lethal coverage while Sergeant Boyd placed him in handcuffs.
Okay. Were you able to determine what was on the ground?
So the human-shaped object was a body laying motionless. There was what I identify as an Air Star style rifle very close to the shooter. And then after Sergeant Boyd placed him in handcuffs, he conducted a search incident to arrest, where he found several magazines still fully loaded in the shooter's pockets.
Okay. I want to show you what is marked as State Exhibit 1. So you can identify that.
Yes, sir. That is a shooter.
And is that the person that complied and was handcuffed by Deputy Boyd?
Yes, sir.
All right, at this time I tender State Exhibit number 108 in evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, 108.
Oh, there you go. And is that what he looked like when y'all arrested him?
As far as the hair color and everything, yes, sir. But that was not the clothes he was wearing.
He was not wearing those clothes.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I want to now show you marked as State Exhibit number 111.117.
111.117.
Yes, sir. You should identify that.
Yes, sir. That is the aerosol rifle I observed on the ground very close to the shooter.
And is that the condition that y'all saw it in once Deputy Boyd pulled out the magazines?
Yes, sir. So where the rifle was laying, as far as I know, nobody touched the rifle. I know I didn't and Sergeant Boyd didn't. And when the first wave, nobody moved the rifle. The magazines were placed next to it out of the shooter's pockets.
Okay. And is
And
that
so were the
accurately,
glasses and the AirPods.
okay. Is that accurately reflected as you remember seeing it that morning?
100%.
All right, tender State Exhibit number 111.117 into evidence.
No objection. All right, it's in
It's published. So those are the one magazine in, 3 more magazines. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And those eyeglasses, did they come from the shooter?
Yes, sir.
And there's like a little AirPod there. Did that come from the shooter also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have the shooter now. Deputy Boyd has cuffed him. What happens then?
I immediately went to the human-like object on the ground to render aid. I quickly identified the human-like object as deceased. The human-like object had a gunshot wound to either the face or neck region, and there is no amount of medical care we could give or I can render to potentially save his life.
Okay. So what are you and Deputy Boyd doing at this point?
After I did that, we held the hallway. And what I mean by that is we were trying to provide as much coverage, make sure nobody else was coming down, because at that point, where we're trained is if there's one shooter, there might be 2 or 3. So we weren't sure if he was by himself or if anybody else was acting with him. So what we did was our backs were to person set up.
Sure. Could you go back to the thing? We're going to pull up that thing now.
So this is about the area where myself, Sergeant Boyd, the shooter, and the deceased body was at. Me and Boyd stood in this general area, so we see down this hallway, and behind us, while I watched the suspect in handcuffs. Sergeant Boyd went into these 2 classrooms to make sure they were clear. What I mean by clear is make sure there was nobody else in those classrooms that could potentially harm us.
Why were you worried about those particular ones?
Because that's where our backs were to.
Okay.
So we kept our backs towards the classrooms, and so we could see on the hall, see down, see out of this exterior door, and see down all of J Hall.
Okay. And did y'all stay like that until backup arrived?
Yes, sir. And the next person that arrived was Deputy Dawson Matherly. He stood here with an aerosol rifle, his patrol rifle, and provided coverage down K-Hall.
Okay.
And then after him, Deputy Cook, who's the SRO at Heyman Morris.
Where is
and
Heyman Morris in relation to Apalachee?
Right above Apalachee High School on the same piece of property.
Okay, so he could come on foot?
Correct. No, sir. So he drove his car and he made entry into the building. And then when he arrived, he stood somewhere around this general area and provided coverage with a long rifle, his patrol rifle, down J Hall.
Okay. And how long did y'all stay like that?
Probably a few minutes, sir.
Okay. And then what happened?
The first wave of reinforcements, as well as the first RTF team, arrived. And then as soon as they got there, I took off and started to check classrooms.
What were you checking for?
Checking for any other shooters, and also checking to make sure there was nobody else in the building that was injured and needed medical assistance.
How long after the shooter was secured before the first wave arrived?
Less than 10 minutes.
Okay.
More than likely, granted,
sure.
it was like in that situation, it feels like a long time, but it was pretty quick.
Okay. And tell me about the process of entering these classrooms. Are they accessible?
No, sir. So during the hard lockdown, and plus hearing the gunshots, everybody was stacking bookshelves, desks, chairs, whatever they could against the door. So when we made entry, it was kind of like wasn't like making forced entry, but you had to really push really hard to get whatever bookshelf or desk or whatever out of your way to gain entry into the classroom.
Were they also locked?
Yes, sir.
How are they unlocked?
So all SROs are issued a master key, several master keys, but they have one key that does all classrooms. So I just started unlocking doors because it's like the first wave. Not many people have keys that
I was about to ask, does the random
Correct.
police officer have a
No,
key?
sir.
Okay.
So the random police officer does not have keys. So I started running down, checking doors, unlocking doors, and assisting with any victims or anything within J Hall.
So you're going down J Hall?
Correct.
Okay.
At first.
Do you come upon a room where there is victims?
Correct.
Which room is that?
Mrs. Ryan's classroom.
Are you one of the first ones there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Describe the scene of Miss Ryan's room when you arrived.
There are a bunch of bullet holes in the wall. I looked down to my right-hand side, closest to the door. I observed a human-like object laying on the ground motionless. Went and checked on him and deemed he was deceased. No amount of medical care could save him. And then there was a few other victims in that room, and then one student caught my attention and said, "She just went out, she just went out." So I went over to that student, picked her up.
Do you know now what that student's name
Her
was?
name was Taylor Jones.
Taylor Jones?
Yes, sir.
Where was she injured at?
I have no idea, sir.
Okay.
I just know that she was, her friends that she just passed out. I went up to Miss Taylor Jones and I observed her. She was laying motionless. She was white as a sheet. Her lips were blue. I wasn't exactly sure. So I picked her up and started making my way to the door. So I made my way to the door. A stretcher was right next to that door. I laid her on the stretcher, myself and Lieutenant Woody. Started to see where she was hit. I lifted her shirt to see if she was hit anywhere in the upper torso region. Lieutenant Woody went down around her lower, like her legs and all that. I said to lift her shirt. He started doing her legs, and the RTF member came up, and then I immediately left and started checking more classrooms because that's not my area of expertise.
Okay. Where did you go after that?
I just started checking classrooms down F Hall, and then after that,
Were other people coming into
Correct.
Miss Ryan's room?
Yes, sir.
So you checked which hall after that?
F Hall.
And that's the one you had originally run down?
Correct. And then I went everywhere. I think I ran 7 miles that day according to my watch. So,
You said first wave.
right.
How long before the second? What do you mean by waves?
So the first group, sir. The
Okay.
first group of people came, and then I took off. I really wasn't paying attention to when more people got there and how many people. I was very antsy. I was want to make sure nobody else was hit, nobody else was injured. So once that first wave got there, I just took off. Started checking, and I was just trying to stop the dying.
Okay. And how long before y'all had cleared the school?
I have no idea, sir. Like we cleared the whole school probably 5 or 6 different times.
Okay. And about how many law enforcement personnel arrived that you could notice?
Honestly, sir, I didn't know how many people were there until after everything calmed down, and I went out the attendant's office door just to get some fresh air, and then I was just in awe of the amount of support we had between blue lights and red lights.
Okay. How long were you working that day?
If I recall correctly, I think I was forced home because I wouldn't leave around 7:30ish.
Okay.
Could be wrong.
And did you give a statement to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation about
Yep.
your involvement?
Yes, sir.
Just a second, please. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross? Thank you.
Good morning, Deputy King.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you. Where in relation to Ms. Greer's room is the closest bathroom?
Permission to go up and show you?
That'd be great.
Right here, sir. So Miss Greer's classroom's right here.
Okay.
The closest bathroom is right here.
Now, is that the bathroom that you initially checked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where is the next bathroom that would be the closest?
On I hall, sir, which is right here.
Okay. Did anybody check that bathroom at any time, do you know?
Not to my recollection, sir.
Okay. You had indicated that you didn't have, you can go ahead and sit back down, thank you. You had indicated that you didn't have a description of Colt Gray.
Right.
But you talked to Ms. Butler and she provided that photograph.
Yes, sir.
Did she indicate to you that she had seen Colt Gray close in time to this situation?
No, sir.
Did she provide you any information about what he looked like, whether he was black, white, Hispanic?
If I recall correctly, she just said the white male.
Okay. Did she say anything about the length of his hair, what color hair he had,
Not to my recollection.
or how tall he was?
No, sir.
Where in relation to Ms. Greer's classroom is Ms. Harris' classroom? Is it fairly close?
Kind of, sort of, sir. Miss Harris is on G Hall, and then Mrs. Greer is on J Hall.
And while you were there, did anyone get Ms. Harris to come up and identify what the person may look like?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Did you ever see a book bag close to the gun or close to Colt Gray when you saw him initially?
No, sir.
Do you know where that book bag may have been?
No, sir.
Was it ever found in the bathroom or the classroom? Do you know?
I have no idea, sir.
You didn't take a statement from Mr. Gray, correct?
No, sir.
All right, that would have been someone else.
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Can you rewrite?
No, Your Honor, I should be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next witness is going to be the lengthy one, Your Honor.
I don't think there's any food here yet, so if you want to go ahead and start them, and then we'll stop them.
State Call Special Agent Daniela Stewart. you want to go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. And if you will start just by introducing yourself to the jury, and I'll have you spell your name for the court reporter.
I'm Daniela Stewart, DaniellalAStuart.
And Special Agent Stewart, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what region?
I was previously assigned to Region 11, which covers the Athens office. I have since taken a full-time position as a technical leader, which means I'm not specifically assigned to a regional office. I'm responsible for overseeing several regional offices in terms of the crime scene specialists that are in those offices.
Okay. And back in September of 2024, were you specifically with Region 11 at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us about Region 11. What area does that cover?
Region 11, the office is in Athens, and it covers the 11 counties that surround the Athens area, and Barrow is one of them.
All right. And tell us a little bit about your role now, and then I'll have you kind of go into what your role as a crime scene specialist is as well.
Okay, so as a technical leader, like I stated previously, I'm responsible for helping train new crime scene specialists and teaching them how to work crime scenes. I'm responsible for 4 offices. So I have the Athens office, I have the Calhoun office, which is in the northwest region of the state. I have the Metro Atlanta office, and then I also have the Augusta office.
Okay. And tell me about what being a crime scene specialist entails.
So in my role as I'm a technical leader, I'm also a crime scene specialist. So my official title is special agent, but I specialize primarily in crime scene. So being assigned as a crime scene specialist to the Region 11 office back in September of 2024, my responsibilities specifically were to only work crime scenes. I'm not typically the one responsible for interviewing witnesses or getting medical records or running the case, so to speak. I'm responsible for running the crime scene and gathering the evidence that goes along with that crime scene.
And give us a little bit of background on your education and training that led to that position with the GBI.
So I have a bachelor's degree in sociology from Wake Forest University in North Carolina, and then I have a master's degree in criminal justice and criminology from Georgia State University, which is in the heart of downtown Atlanta. And I started working in the crime scene capacity for the Atlanta Police Department back in 2013. I was with them for approximately 2 years. I operated in a civilian capacity, which means I was not a sworn law enforcement officer. I did the same roles, though. I was photographing, collecting evidence, processing evidence, so I did that for about 2 years. Atlanta is a very busy agency, so there I responded to close to over 500 crime scene calls, ranging from burglaries to homicides. And then I was with the DeKalb County Police Department, also as a civilian crime scene investigator. And I was there for about 5 months, worked a handful of homicides and assisted with processing vehicles and working homicides. And then I got hired by the GBI in 2015. So I've been working with the GBI for about 9 years total. I did take a 2-year gap to kind of do something different in investigation. So I wasn't in a crime scene role, but I got back into a crime scene role.
Once you're with the GBI, do you get additional training in crime scene processing? You talked about photographing, collecting evidence, that kind of thing. Does the GBI continue to train and hone your skills in that area?
Yes. So we go through a special agent academy. Well, first of all, to be certified as a law enforcement officer, you have to go to a police academy, which back then it was about 10 weeks. You have a 2-day crime scene processing class within that academy. And then when you get hired with the GBI, we have an agent academy, which back then it was about 11 weeks. So another 400 or so hours of additional training. We have a week specifically of crime scene in there. I am also a graduate of the National Forensic Academy, which is an 10-week academy in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, which is just outside of Knoxville. So we do training in bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, latent print processing, photography. We get specialized training specifically in working crime scenes and analyzing evidence. I also teach for the University of Tennessee, so I teach crime scene classes throughout the state and also throughout the country.
for them. And specifically within the GBI, we have additional training crime scene wise. We do monthly training on various crime scene topics. So we're constantly training in the area of crime scene and forensic science.
And I want to talk briefly about one specific area of what you do, which is laser scanner operations. Can you tell me about kind of what specifically y'all use and what that is?
Yeah, so we use a 3D laser scanner. And the specific model that we have, well, we have two models at the agency currently that we use. We use an RTC 360, which is a bigger scanner. The range is about 130 meters, which is approximately 426 feet. And we also use a BLK 360 scanner, which the range for that is 45 meters. So it's shorter distances, better for inside scenes. So we have additional specific training in how to utilize that equipment.
Okay. And tell us kind of what situations that equipment is useful for.
So it is primarily a measurement tool. So if you've ever seen people on the side with the giant yellow colored tripods surveying the land, a lot of them are using Leica equipment. And I think the biggest thing to understand with the Leica, again, like I said, is it's not necessarily a photography tool. That's what our camera's for. It is a measurement tool. So it allows us to capture millions of measurements within our scene and create a 3D point cloud so that we can go back in, get additional measurements, and essentially be able to walk through our crime scene in a three-dimensional space.
Okay. And just to be clear, even though it's not a replacement for photography and its primary role is measurement, can it be used to kind of create a recreation of a crime scene to some extent?
Yes, because it does take panoramic images. So it overlays the images on top of the point. So how it works is there's a laser that's on the inside of it, and the laser hits a surface. Do you mind me demonstrating?
No, she has a demonstrative aid to show how the laser works. We're not tendering it to evidence.
So before we had 3D laser scanners, we used digital measuring devices, which essentially help us measure on scene. So there's a laser, you can see this red laser beam, this red dot on the wall. The laser is shooting out, and when you look at the screen, you can see what distance that is. So the scanner is essentially using similar technology. There's a laser inside of the scanner that you can't see, like you'd be able to see that red dot. You can't see that laser, and when it strikes the surface, it returns that information back to the scanner, and it's measuring that distance. It captures approximately 2 million points per second, and it is very accurate.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
And how many times?
I've testified as an expert approximately 2 or 3 times.
Okay. And Judge, at this time we would tender Special Agent Stewart as an expert in crime scene processing and Leica scanner use and data.
No objection? No objection, Judge. All right, so we get the new as an expert.
So I'm going to ask you kind of a broad question. When you're processing a crime scene, so I'm talking specifically regarding to photographing, scanning, collecting evidence, talk us through what your general process is in doing that when you get to a crime scene.
Yeah, so my general process when I get there is I first make contact with whoever was on scene, get a little bit of a briefing, kind of understanding of what's going on, what am I working with here. And then we typically would do a walkthrough with that individual, and then we start taking photographs because we want to photograph the scene exactly how it was before we add evidence markers or anything additional to the scene. And then once we take the overall photographs, we start putting out the yellow evidence markers that you've probably seen on TV. Sometimes we have different colors. But we start putting out the evidence markers. We will then use the laser scanner to scan the scene to get measurements. And I think the other thing I didn't explain about the scanner is its line of sight. So it's not able to see through things specifically. So if you can't see an object behind a door, the scanner won't be able to see that until you move the scanner to another position for it to be able to view that. So we set it up in multiple places in our scene to capture all of the information that we need, and then we combine it together. So we scan, and then we usually collect our evidence and do a secondary search for additional evidence.
Okay. And you referenced kind of being briefed when you get there. We've heard some testimony about this, but is the GBI a request-only agency?
Yes, we are request only, which means we have to have a local agency ask us for help.
Okay. And let's move on specifically to this case. So going back to September 4th of 2024, did you respond to Apalachee High School in Barrow County?
I did.
And was the GBI requested to assist in that case?
Yes, we were.
What was your role in this investigation?
So this was a little bit unique because typically when I'm getting a request for a crime scene, I am not at the scene almost immediately when things are happening, when people are trying to clear the scene or put up the crime scene tape. I'm usually responding, a little bit after the incident has happened. The scene's already secured by the local officers or deputies, and then I'm in my crime scene role almost immediately when I respond. In this case, we responded to an active shooter. When there's this type of call, everybody who's available goes. So I responded in that capacity and was part of the process of kind of securing the crime scene. And then once we kind of figured out what we had going on, then I switched into my crime scene role at that point.
Okay, so you kind of ushered the transition from active investigation to evidence collection, processing, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Okay. And how long did it take to process this crime scene in total?
So this took approximately 3 days for us to process the scene.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start with one specific aspect of the investigation. So in processing the crime scene, did y'all use a Leica scanner, the type of scanner that you've been talking about?
Yes, we did.
And how many did you use?
So we actually used 3 scanners. A couple weeks prior to this incident, we had specific Leica training. A representative from Leica came to our training center in Forsyth, and we had a week-long training about how to use multiple scanners in a scene and then put those scans together. So the exact skills that we used during the Apalachee scene were the skills that we had learned during that training.
And at what point did y'all actually use these scanners to scan the crime scene here?
We started the crime scene examination, I think around 1:30, and we immediately started using the scanners because we had decedents that were in the hallway and in classrooms, and we wanted to properly document that. So we had a couple people taking photographs of that and then immediately scanning that area.
And just kind of generally talk us through what it looks like for, in this case, for y'all to obtain the appropriate scans from this whole school.
Yeah, so like I said, we deployed 3 scanners. We had about 5 or 6 crime scene specialists and our crime scene coordinator on scene. That's not typical of us. Typically, it's 1 crime scene specialist working a scene and we have 1 scanner. But because we had evidence in different hallways and different classrooms and we wanted to work efficiently, we deployed 3 scanners and we captured 151 scans of the evidence.
Okay, and you testified that y'all had recently been trained in using multiple scanners and combining those into one image. Were y'all able to do that in this case?
Yes, we were.
And have you had the opportunity to review that 3D mapping of Apalachee High School prepared by those combined Leica scanners in this case?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene?
Yes.
In preparing for this trial, did you take that scan and essentially pre-record a walkthrough of the crime scene using the scan?
Yes.
And in doing that, were you essentially trying to follow the shooter's path in this case?
Yes.
And are there any contextual details that you want to explain about the appearance of the video before we tender it and publish it?
Yeah, so when I say fair and accurate, what you will notice with the scan data is that it's not going to look as smooth as a photograph or an actual video walkthrough because it's consistent of millions of points. So if you can imagine, you're looking in the courtroom right now, things are made of wood or whatever material. When you're looking at the scan data, you'd almost have to imagine that if this courtroom was made out of Legos, right? So if all the walls were made out of Legos, all of the furniture in here was made out of Legos, and each Lego represented a point in the scan, that's kind of how it would be. So if you walked into the courtroom and it was made out of Legos, you generally know what you're looking at. But it obviously doesn't look as smooth as if it's made out of wood or other materials. So it may look a little, I guess, grainy, so to speak, because its primary job is to capture measurements. And every surface that you see in there is consistent of millions of points, or in my analogy, millions of Legos.
And with that caveat of some, I don't want to call it deficiencies, but deficiencies in the recreation of what was observed, is this scan and the walkthrough that you recorded a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed or what you captured at Apalachee High School on September 4th, I think, and September 5th?
Yes, and you may see when you're watching this fly through, the lockers kind of look a little bit hazy and white. They're blue, but there's like a white haze on them, and that's primarily because there was so much ceiling tile dust in the school, on the floor, on every surface, and the scanner is capturing some of that.
And Judge, at this time we would tender into evidence States Exhibit 110, which is the walkthrough from the Leica scanner.
Any objection?
No objection at this time, yet.
Let's do this. Before we publish and you go through the walkthrough of the scan, let's go ahead and take our lunch break.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll be in recess till 1 o'clock.
We had made a list of the ones we might have problems with being duplicitous. 2 or 3 of them have some writing on them. I don't know how the court wants to handle that. If you want me to write you out a list and you can look at those if you think are duplicitous, make a ruling on those before we get to them. Whatever procedure you feel like you want to do, but we do have some.
And you're objecting to the admission of them or the publication?
The publication of them to the jury, because they're duplicitous. Some are not even probative. I don't even know why they're in there. So,
How many are we talking about?
probably about 15, 18.
Has the state seen his list, or have y'all
I have
talked about
not.
the issue at all?
I haven't given it to them because it just came back out and looked at
Yeah.
a couple of others.
Okay.
So I can write that list out, give it to them, they can look at it, and I can give you a copy.
Let's start there, and if they may consent to some of it, and that can narrow it. If not, then that's fine. Is the thrust of the argument unnecessarily cumulative, or?
Pretty much, Judge.
ask, so were you going through pictures first, or were you going through the scan?
We're going through the scan first, but the video is only about 10 minutes.
Okay.
We'll probably pause a few times to give some context, but I don't know. If you're asking for efficiency's sake, I don't know if bringing
Well, I
it
was
in for
just,
that's really
if we're about to have an hour of testimony
Right,
before we
right.
get to the pictures, then I was gonna say we can just go ahead and start and
Yes, sir.
take a little break, but if it's 10 minutes in, then we might as well address it now.
Sure.
Or to go and just tell them I'm addressing an issue that will be a.
I did.
There are 14 that I just provided to the state.
Okay.
Mostly duplicious and a couple that have writings on them, a couple that don't have any probative value. We don't feel.
Give them a minute to look that.
Court like for me to provide you a copy of that too.
You gave her the list, Ms. Daniel, I can take it from her, well, you have it already written out?
No.
Here, I'll just take a picture of it, Judge, and I can hand you the original.
These are very technical, not iPhone 2, you don't do that.
Very technical. When you say, Mr. Green, when you say same, do you just mean they're showing the same thing? When you're same, meaning just like they're showing the same. Is that one started? Flagged them all, and then I can sort of give context back to back. So I'm going to start with States Exhibits 1, 11.9, 10, and 11. So if I may approach with this, Judge, and I'll go ahead and kind of make an aggregate argument about this, Judge. These photos that we're showing are mostly photos from the crime scene at the school. Some of the photos are pictures of evidence that were taken individually, either at the school or outside of the school. A lot of these photos, this is pared down from obviously thousands of crime scene photos, but this school, like a lot of schools, the hallways look very similar, the classrooms look very similar, the walls within the classrooms look very similar. So as we're going through it, we do have some pictures to orient the jury to where we're talking about, what we're talking about. So those three, for example, Judge, I think those are essentially three pictures going down a hallway, but we're showing the jury what hallway we're talking about as we're going down the hallway, and helping orient them while we're talking about the crime scene itself. So the purpose of that is not to show three pictures of the same object, but to provide orienting photos as we talk about the crime scene, in addition to showing the evidence that was at the crime scene.
And with these three, you know, I don't,
And Judge, Ms. Brooks did just apologize for cutting you off, make a good point of part of this too, even as recently as last night in talking to Special Agent Stewart about this, part of it is to orient our witness to where we're talking about in the crime scene as well. Again, with the sort of visual redundancy throughout the school, it is hard to tell what hallway you're looking at, what classroom you're looking at, what locker you're looking at without some kind of orienting point.
all right. Again, with these three at least, I don't know if there's any particular degree of prejudice to the defendant. I'll go ahead and determine that 111.10 is needlessly cumulative. I think essentially everything in it is depicted in 111.9 and 111.11. I don't know that we gain anything from 111.10. I think that, because you know your case, I do not. If there's something you're aware of that I'm not, go ahead and let me know.
Can I get this back from you?
Yes, ma'am.
And I would also ask if there's something excluded, Judge, if we needed to use it as to refresh the recollection of our witness, even if it's not placed into evidence, for the court's permission to do that.
Sure.
111. So, Judge, we'll try to pull these out of our presentation as we're going, if there's any additional ones, so we're not wasting any more time. The next one, Judge, is 111.13. That's this one. That's this one. And I believe Mr. Berry's objection to that one was relevant.
Judge, no probative value for that particular photograph, does not depict any bullet holes or blood or anything that the state would need to show. It's just a poster board.
And Judge, it is a poster board. It is the poster board that was used to conceal the weapon that the jury is going to see in surveillance videos. It's been referenced repeatedly by witnesses throughout the trial. It also shows a shoe that I believe to be Natalie Griffith's shoe that was testified to that she lost when she was being carried out.
All right, so this is purported to be the poster board that was wrapped around.
Used to conceal the weapon. And the shoe that has blood on it would be Natalie Griffith's shoe.
All right, I would overrule the objection. There is some probative values we have heard about the poster board. So that's 111.13.
All right. The next ones are 111.35 and 111.40. And I believe the argument there is that it would be cumulative.
May have been 130, I'm sorry, 139.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. And Judge, again, those photos orient both the witness and the jury as to where we're looking in the classroom. One photo shows evidence markers that the other does not show. One shows closer up the evidence in the classroom better than the other one. I think it's important to be able to show, this is a complex crime scene, and these classes are specifically from Miss Ryan's room. I think it's important to be able to orient the jury and show the totality of the crime scene.
And Judge,
Yes.
we think that one certainly is enough to orient. One's just a little bit farther away. It's, you know, you see pretty much on the far away everything that you need to show.
I'll come back to those.
Okay. The next were 51 54 and 57. We might have. We've got these two, but then we've got this one. I don't know if that's.
I think we may have 58 in there too, make sure somewhere.
So 54 and 51 together, and then 57 and 58 together? Okay. So this is 51, 11, 51, and 54. And then I'll go ahead and hand you 57 and 58. So the first one, Judge, actually does show two similar but completely different whiteboards. So we would argue that shows different bullet defects from Ms. Ryan's classroom on two different whiteboards.
So Mr. Gray, my understanding is these are two different whiteboards, not the same whiteboard.
And you can tell that one of them has writing on it, but the other does not have.
Does your objection remain, or with her adding that?
If the one whiteboard is different, if they're two different classrooms or two different whiteboards, I don't have an objection.
My understanding is two different whiteboards.
Yes, sir.
All right, so
If they are, then I withdraw that.
all right, thank you.
The next two, Judge, show bullet defects outside of a bathroom. They are similar pictures. One is closer than the other. The one that's further zoomed out shows the bullet defects in their totality. As we get closer, we want to be able to show the jury the kind of damage that this weapon was doing as he was firing it. Those are defects that were caused around the time that he was firing at Mason. I think it's important to be able to show the jury what this specific firearm with these specific bullets was doing at that time. That's hard to tell in the zoomed out picture. When you provide the more zoomed in picture, you're able to see that more clearly. And again, the more zoomed out one provides orientation for the more zoomed in one as well.
You know, honestly, there's nothing that would prevent the state in 11157, more zoomed out, from publishing it, and then, as we do on a phone, zooming in and showing it's the same effect as if they just did 58 separately.
And we have technical limitations that may prevent us from being able to do that versus just showing two exhibits that I would argue are not prejudicial in any way. They're just photos of the evidence.
All right. Come back to those. What else?
Next he has, okay, that was, I'm sorry, Judge, was that 57 and 58, correct? Okay, thank you. Next is 111.81 and 111.83.
I'll withdraw that one, Judge. I think one is a close-up, but you can't really see it that well, so we'll withdraw our objection on that.
All right. Thank you.
Next we have, I believe it's 84 and 94.
Those are as the probative value.
Right. Judge, 111-84 does show a defect. It is small, but again, it's orienting for the jury. It's above the poster board there. That's a hallway we have very few pictures of because I believe that's the only bullet defect on that wall. 111-94. This is Miss Lancaster and Mr. Phoenix's classroom. If my memory serves, that is the only picture we have from within their classroom looking out, other than one a little closer that shows specifically where Mr. Phoenix fell. But that is to show from the inside of the classroom looking out.
All right, I will. To the extent it's an objection, I'll overrule it. If we treat it as a motion in limine, I would deny it as to 111-84 and 94.
And then I think the next one.
I believe that's 146.
Okay, that's
Straight down the list.
is that 146, Mr. Berry? Couldn't tell if it was 146 or 116.
116, Judge, I think.
That's this one?
Right. It has writing on it. Generally, I don't know who put the writing on there, but it is directive sometimes, so I'll always object to any writing on the photograph.
That just shows. That is going to be this witness's, I believe this witness's writing.
Correct.
That's just to orient where it comes from. We're going to tender that actual physical piece of evidence into evidence. The writing on it says from backpack. It is part of the same exhibit as the backpack. So I think in this specific case, I don't really see how that has any sort of negative impact.
Well, in your understanding and your proffering is that the witness is going to testify to the same that's written on here.
Correct. And then when the physical objects are tendered in, they're all in the same evidence bag. That object, I think another object in the backpack.
All right. What I'll do is I'll instruct the jury that the evidence, the testimony regarding this item or where it came from, not the writing on the exhibit. But I'm not going to exclude the exhibit.
Okay. And the next one is 117.
We've got a lot of photographs of the gun.
Which I don't know that we have.
Plus, we got the gun.
Oh, 117. Yeah, 117 was previously introduced through Deputy King. Through Deputy King.
All right. So it's already admitted.
Yes, sir. And the reason we have it in Agent Stewart's presentation is just to provide context for where that photo came from.
Fine.
Judge, I was using 117 in relation to, I think it's 139, 107, 108, and all that, and they're all showing the firearm,
Okay.
especially since 117 is already in.
107, 108, 109, and 139. And just these are all photos of the firearm where it was at the crime scene.
Each one of those, Judge, said shows pretty much exactly the same scene. It's not really for orientation because you can orient it completely.
Okay, and if I can make my argument from the bench so that I don't try to remember this. So this is 111.107. This shows the orientation of where Colin Gray was apprehended.
All right.
This shows specifically these objects surrounding it. This is a better picture showing, it's hard to see in this one that these are 3 separate magazines. That's the last one, and that is to show the distance between where he was apprehended and where Mason's lab was.
All right. So I would allow 107, 108, 139. There is some difference from each, whether it's orientation, showing its respective position to Mason. A little bit closer photo, 108, I think 109. I'll call that needlessly cumulative. You can see it fine in 108.
Judge Hicks, I think we have 111.140 and 141, and that's these two.
In your, I apologize, you did say you're
Everything but
excluding
109.
109 is being excluded.
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, we have 140, 141, same as 142, and we already have several pictures of the gun already. I don't think there's any.
And these are showing details on the gun, that there have been modifications to the gun, and this shows writing that was on the gun.
So I'm looking at 141 and 140. You say, so 141, you say there's writing here, presumably made by,
There's writing on the gun, yes, sir.
okay. Can you tell what it says?
I don't believe it will come into evidence that it's anything really legible.
Well, 140, 141 are two different halves of the gun, stock end and the barrel end. I'll overrule the objections to those. You said they're the same as 142?
It just shows the gun, we've already got.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
17 and showing the gun anyway.
This is 142. And that's just showing the gun out of the context of the crime scene. Just a clean picture of the firearm itself. And again, I don't think its addition is prejudicial in any way. But the crime scene obviously has a lot going on in it. Okay, that one specifically? Mm-hmm. Okay. And Judge, we're not publishing 142 through this witness. We do want to introduce it through this witness, but it'll be used for reference at a later time.
All right, well, I'll just reserve ruling on 142. Since you can lay the foundation of this witness.
Yeah. I didn't see what it was, but it's not your problem.
142 is the whole gun in Ardmore. And okay, that's the same for those 3 pictures, Judge, of the gun on the cardboard. And then I think his last one was 117.
I think we already went over
Did
that.
yeah, that was on there earlier.
We've got 120, there's writing on that photo, and 131, there's writing on the photo.
I don't see 131 on your list. I do see 120.
Okay. And Judge, this is similar, 120, 111.120. Is similar to the previous one where it said front book bag. This is going to be our witness who made that writing, that's what she's going to testify to. That's her writing and her that took the photograph.
All right. Inasmuch as the witness is providing the testimony that really forms the basis for the writing, I'll overrule the objection if you want. I'll tell the jury that the testimony is the evidence, not the writing. Although the writing is just be something that is a recollection recorded or refresher recollection. But these is admissible.
122 and 129.
I think 122, Judge, is probative, and also 129 shows the same bullets that are, I think, in 130.
Now, what I think I heard you say is 122 is probative,
Correct.
which would be relevant and admissible.
It's not, there's another photo that shows the same thing, so it's not really probative.
Cumulative of
Showing
something else.
cumulative and probative, yeah.
I would have to look back, Judge. I don't know that it is. There's 3 magazines at issue here. Okay, that's, yeah, okay, 122 and 123. So that's just
Right.
zoomed in of that. Okay. So you're objecting to this one in relation to this one.
Correct.
Okay, I'll start with that. So Doug, this is 123 is a magazine. 122 is zoomed in on that, but the purpose of that is to show the capacity of the magazine. So it has that 60 capacity, but it's black on black, so it's very hard to see in that first photo.
You think the 60 is the capacity of the magazine?
Yes, sir.
Is it a double magazine? Okay.
Yeah, that's what the firearms expert tells us.
We're calling a whole expert to cover all that, Judge.
All right.
But I think the writing on the magazine is very relevant as to what Colin Gray had on him at the school, and that's not easily visible in the zoomed out photo.
All right. I'll allow the.
I think the last one, Judge, is a series of shells, unfired projectiles, and there's another one. Shows the same thing, but they're laying flat.
122 and 129.
They're flat.
So this was 122.
Do you have 122 up
I
there?
have 122 and 23.
Okay. So you're saying 122 and 129 are cumulative? Okay. May I see what 122 is?
Yes, ma'am, it's the 60. That's on top.
So 122 shows the outside of the magazine. Presuming this is from the same magazine, this is showing what was inside the magazine, which obviously is not visible in 122.
I'm sorry, Mister. This photograph, which I guess is 129, but
Yes, sir.
there's another photograph of the same projectiles that they're laying down here, and then they have a photograph of the back end of them. It's the same projectile. I don't know whether there's any reason to
Oh, thank you.
put both of those in.
Judge, we can take out 111.128.
Right. Thank you, Judge. I think that was the last one I had.
All right, so 128 is removing,
Do you have any objection to me just showing our witness what we've taken out? Do you have any problem with me showing our witness what we've taken out, just so she knows as far as that goes? That's something that's going to throw you off.
All right, I will.
Okay.
Grant the motion or sustain the motion as to 140 being, 40 being needlessly cumulative of 11139 and 11158 being needlessly cumulative of 11157.
So we're removing.
11158 and 11140.
And can I get,
Yes, ma'am. I think these are the ones that are fine. These were three that were excluded.
I'm going to apologize to the court reporter in advance. I was trying to keep them in order, but I do not know that we're there at this point. So 58 and 40, in addition to, what did you say about 109, Judge?
109.
That's already been removed.
That's been removed, okay.
I think this is the one where the 34 is. Oh, yeah. Because it's on the other side of that chair. Okay. So I don't know. Do we have one there?
What's it all been very?
Judge, if I can have just 1 minute, one of the photographs that we took out was kind of for the purpose of orienting our witness, so I just want to give her a little bit of a heads up.
Okay.
So when we took out identity after this one, we saw that one. And I'll have it, like I said earlier, I'll have that one up here if you need some kind of orientation, then I can refresh your recollection with that. All right, Judge, I think we have our presentation updated, is that right? Yeah. Okay. I've got a. Judge, when I tender these into evidence, are you okay with me just tendering the numbers that I can put on the record now, that those numbers will exclude the ones that were omitted, so we're not confusing the jury by listing a bunch of things we're not admitting? Does that make sense?
And just for the record, Judge, we have no objection to those that we did not object to.
I think that's fine, yes, ma'am. He's just indicated he has no objection to the photos that he didn't specifically object to.
Okay.
ready for him?
Yes, sir.
All right, bring him in, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we had to work through some evidentiary issues. It happens. Ms. Daniel?
All right, so just to kind of refresh your recollection where we left off, we had just tendered your scan of the school and the walkthrough that you had prepared in relation to that. And I remember you previously testified that there are some sort of visual defects in the presentation from the Leica scanner. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So before we publish that for the jury, do you want to kind of just tell us what we're going to see first off to give us an idea of what we're looking at and what we'll see for the first minute or two of it?
Yeah, so the video starts in the boys' bathroom that was on J Hall, and then in the video will be coming out of the bathroom and then turning left down the hall and proceeding down the hallway towards Miss Greer's classroom and Miss Ryan's classroom.
All right, just for clarification purposes, is it the same bathroom that Colin Gray was in and exited in the direction he exited towards on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
2 minutes and 48 seconds. As we're approaching Ms. Greer's classroom, can you tell us what we're going to be seeing for the next couple of minutes?
Yeah, so for the next couple of minutes, you'll see the video go towards Miss Greer's classroom, almost like we're going to go into the classroom. The door would have been closed during the time of the incident, but for scanning purposes, we leave the doors open so that the scanner can see into the room because it's a line of sight scanner, so it can't see through the door. What you may also see is some what we call noise. The scanner doesn't love reflective surfaces, so what happens when it's hitting a reflective surface is it's returning back, and it sometimes creates points in error, essentially. So you may have, like, let's say it hits the TV screen, you may have the duplicate of the TV screen on the back wall or something like that. We go in and we try to clean up most of that as best we can, but you can imagine in this school there was a lot of reflective surfaces. So you may see some of that as well. And then once we come out of Ms. Greer's classroom, the video doesn't go completely in it, but then we go next to Ms. Ryan's classroom, and you'll see the video actually go through her classroom to show some of the defects and the other evidence that's in the classroom. Of course, during the incident, Colt didn't actually walk through the classroom. He stepped into the classroom. But for the purposes of this, for you to be able to see everything, we went in that classroom.
Thank you. Stopping at 5 minutes and 14 seconds. Tell me what we're going to see in this next few minutes.
So in the next few minutes, you will see us make our way back down J Hall towards the intersection of I and J. And that intersection is where Miss Irami gets shot. Colt shoots Miss Irami from that intersection, and also Coach Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix.
So is it going to look down the hallway where Coach Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix were?
Correct.
5 seconds, tell me what we're going to see in the last segment of this.
So we will continue down J hallway. Obviously in this I'm flying through very slowly because I don't want anyone to feel like they're on a roller coaster. But in the video, obviously, things were moving much faster.
And is there an additional hallway we're going to look down as we get further?
Yeah, so we'll get to the end of J hallway. It will turn towards that last classroom on the left side of the hallway because in the video it appeared that he almost like he looked into that classroom. I don't know if he was attempting to go in, but he looked in that classroom and then he turns around, points back down J hall. That's where he shoots Mason, and then turns and points the gun at a kid that is down K hall, and then that almost in that same moment law enforcement is making contact with him.
So you, in addition to this scan and collecting evidence, you referenced taking photographs of the crime scene. Is it fair to say a significant number of photographs were taken of this crime scene over the course of several days?
Yes, I individually took over 1,000 photographs.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 111.1 through 111.144. That the defense counsel has previously reviewed. Did you review the stack of photographs outside the presence of the jury?
Yes.
And tell me what those are.
They are overall mid-range and close-up photographs of the school and various items of evidence and bullet defects.
Okay, and are they all fair and accurate photos of photographs that were taken of the crime scene and evidence from the crime scene?
Yes, in some of the photographs you may see some areas that are a little brighter. I did use an external flash because as the day moved on, it got darker outside, so it was darker inside of the school.
Okay. And have they been materially changed or altered in any way?
No.
And Judge, at this time, the state would tender states exhibits 111.1 through 111.144, and note that 111.117 was previously admitted through Deputy King.
All right. So, Mr. Berry, no objections except those we dealt with earlier, is that right?
That's correct, Judge, thank you.
All right. 111.1 through 144 are admitted, except for those that I ruled on a little while ago.
We're going to pull these up, and we will start with 111.1, and we've got some orienting slides throughout this. So we'll start with pictures starting at the J Hall bathroom. And can you just tell us, is that the relevant bathroom to this case that Colt was in?
Yes.
Okay. And this starting with 111.1, and I'm just going to say the last part of the number. All of these are parts of State's Exhibit 111. So starting with 1, tell us what we're looking at.
This is just an exterior photograph of the bathroom.
Okay. And is that a bullet defect, on the right side of the bathroom sign?
Yes.
Okay. And going to 2.
This is making my way into the bathroom.
And next.
Again, continuing into the bathroom.
Okay, and that's 111.3. And next, and I know we've got some out of order, so I'll try to avoid saying the numbers, but so the next one, 4, what does that show?
That would be the first bathroom stall on the left when you enter the bathroom.
Okay, and the next one?
This is a close-up photograph of the hat and hall pass or office pass.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112 and 113. And can you identify what this is for the jury?
Yes, this is a bag containing the blue and white in color hat that you see in the photograph, and also the media center and office pass. And then there was also a piece of paper on the floor, so it's also in this bag.
Okay. And can I have you open that bag? And I think you've got materials up there to do that. And show us that hat and tag. And Judge, at this time we would move to tender State's Exhibits 112, which is the hat, and 113, which is the badge.
And just so it's clear, these are not 111 point.
No, these are their
This is
own
actual 112
exhibits. Yes, sir.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, 112 and 113 are admitted.
All right, can you just hold up? I'll have you hold up the hat for the jury, and then after that, if you'll hold up the badge. And can you tell us what the writing on that badge says?
So it says Apalachee High School at the top, then it says Media Center / office, and then it says Hall J, room 2.151.
Okay. And what was the writing on that hat?
The writing on the hat says vendor.
Okay. Now going back to the pictures, if we can go to the next slide. This is 6, and what does that show?
This is a new student information paper.
And thank you. And then the next slide. So these next pictures will be from outside the bathroom going down J Hall to the classrooms of Miss Greer and Miss Ryan. If we can go to the next slide. So 7, what are we looking at here?
So we're looking at the exterior of the bathrooms and then also down J hallway.
Okay, and next is 8. And what do you see in this picture?
Now we're outside of Miss Greer's classroom and Mr. Ryan's classroom.
Okay, next is 9.
Again, we're outside of that classroom, making our way closer.
And what are those objects that you can see, at least in the foreground of that photo?
On the floor just outside of Miss Greer's classroom was a poster and a backpack.
Okay, and the next, this is 11.
This is just another photograph from a different angle outside of the classroom, both of those classrooms.
Okay, and in addition to what you identified previously, those blue gloves, are those from the crime scene or from medical personnel?
Those are probably from medical personnel.
Okay. And is that assumption just based on your knowledge, training, and experience with how these crime scenes are approached?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on, so they likely were trying to render aid to people and, trying to change gloves out.
Okay. And next, 12.
This is a shoe that was just outside of Miss Greer's classroom.
Okay, and is that the same shoe that we saw in the foreground of the previous picture?
Yes.
Okay. And 13.
This is a close-up photograph of the poster, and then there's also a crock that has blood on it.
Okay. And next. All right, so Miss Greer's classroom. Go to the next slide. Right, this is 14. What is this showing?
This is the area just outside of Miss Greer's classroom.
Okay. And next, 15.
That's an overall photograph from the doorway of Miss Greer's classroom.
Okay. And next. And so referencing Miss Ryan's classroom. So going to the next slide. 16.
So just outside of the door of Miss Ryan's classroom.
Okay. And next.
This-
17.
This was taken from the doorway. It's showing the overall from the doorway and those defects that are in the whiteboard.
Okay. And this is inside Miss Ryan's classroom?
Correct.
Okay. Next. 19.
So this would be in the doorway looking down. So what you'll notice in this photograph is we have some evidence markers that are out, and then we have sticky notes on the ground. So this photograph was taken on day 2. What happened was day 1, we collected all of our evidence, and then in order to do a thorough search of the room and find additional cartridge cases, we had to move things out, but we wanted to still have a reference of where the evidence was from the previous day. So we utilized sticky notes to do that in place of those evidence markers.
Okay. And that's 19. Next is 18.
Just another overall of the classroom from a different angle.
All right. And next is 21.
Again, another kind of overall of the classroom from another corner showing evidence markers.
Okay, and that significant amount of blood that we see on the floor there, is that the same blood that we saw when you were coming into the room?
Correct.
Okay, and that's 21. If we go to the next one. And this is 28.
Yeah, so evidence marker 28 was just inside of the doorway towards the left door jamb.
Okay, and next. Or I'm sorry, can we go back to 28? What is that evidence marker 28 showing?
It's showing a cartridge case.
Okay. And next is 29.
Yeah, 29, 30, and 31 were also just inside of the doorway, but towards the right side, and they represent cartridge cases. You're going to hear me say cartridge case. It's the more formal term for a shell casing.
Okay. And next is 30.
Close-up of the cartridge case that was just underneath the desk.
Okay. Next is 22.
So this would be with the door closed. There were blood stains that were on the back of the door that we initially couldn't see when we first walked in until we closed the door.
Okay. And that's the door, the entrance to the classroom. Is that closed?
Correct.
Okay. Next, 23.
Just a close-up photograph of one of the blood stains on that wall.
And next, 24.
So this is a bullet defect. If you remember, evidence markers 30 and 31 were on the right side just as you enter, and so there was also a bullet defect in that area.
And then next,
This is a close-up of that defect.
okay, that's 25. And next, 27.
So just an overall of evidence markers 29, 31, and 32.
Okay. And we see that significant amount of blood up in the top corner. Is that same near the doorway that we're at?
Correct.
Okay. That was 27. And next, 26.
So the significant amount of blood that was previously referenced would now be towards the bottom of the photo behind us, essentially, and now we're looking at other evidence markers in relation to that.
Okay. And next to that evidence marker 32, what is that?
A cartridge case.
Okay. And that was 26. Next is 31.
Close-up of cartridge case.
And next, 34.
These are cartridge cases that were either like under chairs that had been turned over or near desks.
Okay. And is that black object on the right side, is that a chair that's turned over?
Yeah, that was a chair that had flipped over.
Okay. And that was 34. Next is 35.
Cartridge case at evidence marker 38. I believe this is under a chair.
Okay. Next is 36.
So this is an overall photograph of evidence markers just inside the room.
Okay. And is that like crocheting or knitting yarn that we see right there?
Yes.
Okay. That was 36. Next is 38.
Another photograph of evidence markers 28, 29, 31, and 32, all representing cartridge cases.
Okay. And again, is that door in that top corner, the front door to the classroom?
Correct.
All right. Next is 37.
Just a closer photo of 35. There's another evidence marker that's just on the other side of the chair, which would be number 34. That's difficult to see from this photo.
Okay. And next is 32.
Yeah, so then there's evidence marker 34 identifying a cartridge case.
All right. Next, 33.
A close-up of evidence marker 35 identifying a cartridge case.
Next, 39.
So an overall photograph of evidence markers, and there are some blood stains as well.
Next, 41.
Overall photograph showing some of the cartridge cases that are underneath desks.
Next is 42.
Just a closer up photograph of those evidence markers.
Okay. And going back to 43.
So this would be, if you walk into the classroom and turn left, this would be that corner.
Okay. And is that screen in the top right corner, does that say clear touch?
Yes.
Okay. And that's 43. Next is 44.
There were bullet defects on that wall.
Okay. Next, 49.
That's a closer up photograph of some of those bullet defects.
Okay. And tell us about the measurements on those markers. What are those, inches, centimeters? What are those showing?
So typically we use centimeters. We refer to bullet defects and blood stains typically in millimeters or centimeters, preferably millimeters.
Thank you. That was 49. Next is 45.
This would be in the previous photo. If you are standing in the doorway of the classroom and you look left, we saw that podium, and these are blood stains that were on the podium, and then also on the wall near that podium.
Okay. And next is 53.
So these are the bullet defects that we saw on that wall on the left side. If we continue along that wall, there's a whiteboard, and these are the bullet defects that are on the whiteboard, a little below the whiteboard, and then above that whiteboard.
And do you have a silver pointer that's up there?
Yes.
All right. And on this picture, I'm just going to have you on the screen behind you. Can you just point out, since it's kind of white on white, where all the bullet defects are that you see?
Okay. So
If you can-
any place that you see in what we call an L scale, it's an adhesive scale. Any place that you see that represents a bullet defect. Some of them represent 2 bullet defects because they were so close together. It didn't make sense to try to finagle 2 scales. These dots are dots that were already on the whiteboard in whiteboard marker, probably drawn by the teacher or a student. So if there's not an L scale next to it, then it's not a bullet defect.
Thank you. And that was 53. We can go to the next one. 54. Is that same board?
Yes.
Okay. And just a little easier to see the
Yes.
defects there. Okay. And next. Is 55.
More photographs of the bullet defects.
Okay. Next is 56.
Additional bullet defects.
Okay. And 46.
So in this photograph, there's not a scale on this one. I think maybe the next photo, I know I have photos with it, but that's a defect in a desk.
Okay. And then can you point to it on the screen behind us? I think it's pretty visible, but I know it's obviously on black material. Okay. Thank you. And next is 47.
Additional bullet defects on desk 21.
Okay. And next is 48.
A defect on desk 19.
All right. And next, I'm going to use this classroom seating chart. This was previously tendered as they did with it. It's State's Exhibit 38. The desks we saw had numbers on them. Can you tell us which desks it were that had the bullet defects in them?
So that would be desk 19 had bullet defects, desk 21. Both of those in the photographs had the L scale, and then desk 9 was that first one that we saw that didn't have the L scale in that specific photograph.
Okay, thank you. And we can go to the next slide. This is 50.
So if you're standing in the doorway and you're looking straight into the classroom, this is that wall. So there are bullet defects on the blinds and then bullet defects on the whiteboard on that wall.
Okay, and again, anywhere where we see an L scale, that indicates a defect?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Next. It's 51.
Just a closer up photograph of that. And as I mentioned before, especially on this whiteboard in particular, there were a couple of bullet defects represented by 1 L scale. Most of them are just 1, but on this particular whiteboard, there were a couple of L scales that represented 2 bullet defects.
Okay, thank you. And next is 52.
So we removed the whiteboard because some of the bullets went through the whiteboard, and so we were trying to recover any evidence possible. So we removed the whiteboard to see which ones went through, and this is that wall behind that whiteboard.
Okay, and we see the L scales down below the paper, but we see this large defect up on the top. Is that from a bullet?
It's likely from a bullet,
Okay.
yes.
Was that consistent with being
Yes.
from a bullet where the defects were in the board?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And that was 52. We can go to the next one, is 20.
So as I said before, day 1, we did our initial search. We came back into this classroom on day 2. We had to remove everything from the classroom to recover additional evidence. and labeled a blood stain. So this is a photograph of us when we had taken everything out, and we have the evidence markers showing where the additional cartridge cases were.
So before we go towards the next photographs, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 114. And can you just identify what this is?
Yes, this is the bag that contains the backpack that was at evidence marker 20.
Okay. And what is labeled as being inside of that bag?
This bag is labeled to contain the black and colored JanSport backpack, and within that backpack would have been a binder, miscellaneous school papers, a knife, a computer charger, a can of Remington oil.
Okay. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when it was packaged and put into evidence with the GBI?
Yes.
All right. And Judge, at this time we would tender State's Exhibit 114. All right, so I'm going to have you open that up. And specifically, if I can have you, once you have that open, display for the jury the backpack as well as the oil and the knife. Can you tell us what brand of backpack that is based on the front of it?
JanSport.
Okay, and is this the backpack that was recovered? We saw in the photos a backpack that was with a white poster board outside of Miss Ryan and Miss Greer's classrooms?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your review of the crime scene and the evidence, is that consistent both in appearance and location as being the backpack that Colt Gray had with him that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then inside the backpack, if you could just display for the jury the oil and the knife. And can you just read what that is off the can?
Yes, it says Remington, and then it says Rem Oil Firearm Lubricant.
Okay.
I may have to step down for this.
I'm sorry?
I may have to step down.
Okay,
for
that's
this.
fine. And I'll go ahead and ask you, I think it's pretty obvious, but was the knife in that packaging when it was recovered from the crime scene, or was that done by law enforcement?
I would have packaged the knife safely.
And if you want to go ahead and store that over on this table, you're welcome to do that. Thank you. Next, I'm going to show you what have been marked as State's Exhibits 109 and 115. And I'm not going to have you open these up, but if you can just identify what these are.
Yeah, so 109 is a brown paper bag containing 6 LC223 REM cartridge cases from room 2.152, which would be Miss Ryan's classroom.
Okay.
And then 115 is a brown paper bag containing 18 223 cartridge cases.
Okay, and where were those recovered from?
Some of them were from room 2.152, which is Miss Ryan's classroom, and then some of them were from the hallway floor, close to where Mason was shot.
Okay. And those appear to be in the same condition and sealed as when you took them into evidence and put them into evidence with the GBI?
Yes, the only difference is they have the blue evidence tape showing that they've been to the firearms section for analysis.
Okay. And Judge, at this time, we would tender State's Exhibits 109 and 115.
And Judge, here we are. 109 and 115 reviewed.
Okay. And here I can put. And we're going to go back to some of the photographs. So we have our next photographs from when he shot towards Miss Iramy's classroom. If we can go to the next slide. This is 64. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So we're looking at evidence marker 14, which is kind of close to where Miss Iramy's classroom was.
Okay, and is that her classroom where we see her name up on the ceiling?
Yes.
Okay. And next?
This would be the outside of Miss Iramy's classroom.
Okay, and that's 65. And next is 66.
Just a close-up of the outside of her classroom.
Okay. Next.
So in this photograph, this is an overall of, there are actually 2 pieces of bullet jacket and I think lead core, so bullet defects that are just outside of her classroom.
Okay, and this is 63. And if you can show us on this photo where the defects are on the screen behind you. Thank you. We'll go to the next photo. 67.
Those are close-ups of those fragments.
Okay, and that's Miss Iramy's doorway.
Correct.
All right. And next, 68.
This is just outside of her classroom, looking down, kind of leading into her classroom.
Okay. Next, 69.
Looking down at the blood stains that are just inside of the doorway.
Next is 70.
So this would be an overall of part of her classroom.
All right. And we see obviously a significant amount of blood and a pink article of clothing. Is that where Miss Iramy was when she was first located by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And next.
Just another photograph of the blood stains.
Okay, that's 71. This is 72.
This would be her sweater.
All right. Next. So this is just on I-Hall. And we can go to the next slide. I-Hall's where Coach Aspinwall and Coach Phoenix's classrooms were located. What are we looking at here in 144?
So where the green evidence markers are that's I-Hall. So we used yellow evidence markers on J-Hall and green evidence markers on I-Hall.
Okay. And how many markers do we see in that picture?
In this specific photograph, there are 11 evidence markers, and each one of them represents a cartridge case.
Okay. And go to the next one, 143.
So this is evidence marker 12 that represents a cartridge case that would have been just outside of our view in that last photograph on the left.
Okay. So is that 12 total cartridge cases that were recovered on I-Hall?
Yes.
Towards I-Hall? Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 and 3. And again, I'm not going to have you open this, but if you can identify what this is.
This is the bag containing those 12 .223 cartridge cases from the evidence markers on I-Hall.
Okay, and again, does the evidence appear to be how you packaged it and in substantially the same condition as when it was placed into evidence?
Yes, this also has the crime lab firearms tape as well.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we tender State's Exhibit 203.
Any objection? No. All right, 203 is admitted.
Thank you. And we can go to the next slide. What are we looking at here?
Just an overall down the hallway, and you'll see Ms. Lancaster's classroom on the right and Coach Aspinwall's room on the right as well.
Okay, so I know the evidence markers aren't there, but this is still I-Hall.
Correct.
Okay, and that was 73. We'll go next. 74.
So this is just outside of Coach Aspinwall's room. There are several bullet defects that are on the outside of his classroom.
Okay, we'll go next. 75.
These are just a close-up of some of those bullet defects.
Okay, and next. 76.
This is, again, just outside of his classroom.
Okay, and next. 77.
So that's the wall just outside of his classroom, and at this point, we're now making our way down the hallway.
Okay, so that's Coach Aspinwall's classroom, that door on the right side.
Correct.
Okay, we'll go next. That's 78.
So these are the lockers that would be just past his classroom.
Okay, and then are those defects where we see the white markers?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go next to 79.
This is a close-up of one of those bullet defects.
Next is 80.
Close-up of one of those defects.
Okay, next. 81.
So in the right side of this photograph, you'll see the end of those same lockers. And now we are making our way further down the hallway, and there are bullet defects just outside of the science classroom.
Okay, next is 82.
That's a closer photograph of those defects.
Okay, next is 83.
A close-up of the one that's low on the door frame.
Okay, next is 87.
So Miss Yike's classroom was actually across the hall, so we're still continuing down the hall. So instead of being on the right side where you just observe those defects, we're now on the left side of the hallway, but we're still making our way down the hall.
Okay, and I'm actually going to have you, we've got the map of the classroom right there. If you want to look and show us where Miss Yike's classroom is in relation to Coach Aspinwall. I'm sorry,
So Coach Aspinwall's classroom is here, and some of the defects that you saw were further down the hallway, and now we're across the hall at Miss Yike's classroom.
Thank you. All right, and that was 87, and we'll go to the next one now. 88.
Those would be close-ups of those defects.
Okay, in Miss Yike's doorway.
Correct.
Okay, and next is 89.
And now we're continuing down the hall. We're on the same side of that hallway.
Okay, and are those each where we see numbers and or markers? Are those all bullet defects?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll go next. 90.
There's close-ups of the bullet defect.
Okay, next is 91.
Another close-up of the bullet defect.
Okay, so can you tell us approximately the size of that defect?
It's bigger than 40 millimeters, so it's probably close to 50 millimeters in length.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one is 86.
This is now the end of I hallway.
Okay. And is that wall, is that where I hallway intersects, kind of on the opposite end from J hall?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one. That's 84.
So this would now be the other hallway where I intersects on the opposite side.
Okay. And do you see a bullet defect in this picture?
Yes.
And could you show that to us on the screen behind you? Thank you. And that was 84, and we'll go to the next one, which is 85.
That's a close-up of that defect.
Okay. And we'll go next. All right, so looking at Mr. Phoenix and Miss Lancaster's classroom specifically, And we'll go to the next slide. Is 92.
It would be just outside of Miss Lancaster's classroom,
Okay. Next.
making our way into the classroom.
All right. And what do you observe on the floor here?
There are bloodstains on the floor.
Okay. That was 93. We'll go next. Is 94.
So stepping inside of the classroom and photographing back out towards the door.
Okay. And that blood we see in the doorway, is that the same blood we were looking at before from the opposite direction?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll go next. Is 95.
And then this would be looking back out towards the door, the bloodstains that are just inside the doorway.
Okay. And based on your review of the crime scene and evidence, is that area of blood consistent with where Mr. Phoenix fell after he was shot?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. 96.
This is just looking back out towards the hallway.
Okay. And the next one. So now moving down to Coach Aspinwall's classroom. We'll go to the next slide. All right, 97, what are we looking at?
The area outside of his classroom.
Okay. And next, 98.
The doorway immediately inside.
Okay. And that's going into Coach Aspinwall's classroom?
Correct.
Okay.
Now we're in the doorway photographing our way in.
Okay, and this is 99, and what do you observe on the floor here?
There are bloodstains on the floor.
Okay, and we'll go next. This is 100.
So this would be the opposite corner from the doorway, looking back out.
Okay, and that blood that we see kind of in the middle of the photo here, is that same area of blood that we were seeing when you were coming in from the classroom?
Yes.
All right, we'll go next. Is 101.
Just an overall photograph of that blood.
Okay, and based on your review of the crime scene and the evidence, is where that blood is consistent with where Coach Aspinwall fell?
I believe, yeah, he fell kind of outside of the doorway. I don't know if he was even able himself to make it in. I think someone had to pull him into the classroom.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. Is 102.
Just an overall of those bloodstains, and that's kind of why you see it streaky. That appears to be the drag marks.
Okay, and based on your knowledge, training, experience, is that consistent with somebody being dragged?
Yes, generally.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. So we're now going down J Hall to the area where Mason was killed. And we'll go to the next slide now. All right, so this is 7. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is back outside of the boys' bathroom.
Okay, so we've gone down the hall. Are we now coming back towards the hall, kind of like we saw in the Leica scan
Correct.
video? Okay. And we'll go to the next one. And this is 57. Is this that same boys' bathroom where Colt started?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you see in this photo?
There are bullet defects just outside of the boys' bathroom on that wall.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one. That's 59. And what do you see relevant in this photo?
So on the left side of this photograph, you see part of one of the bigger bullet defects, and then there's a piece of paper, and on the paper and on the wall, there were what appeared to be blood stains and potential body tissue.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. This is 60.
So this is the workroom area that's, if you're staring at the wall that we were just on outside of the boys' bathroom, this would be towards the right and somewhat across from Miss Irami's classroom.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one, 61.
So this was a paper that was hanging on the wall, like I said, just to the right of the boys' bathroom, and there was a bullet defect in that paper.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide, 62.
This, on the right side of this photograph, that's the workroom door, and there's a bullet defect just outside of that door.
Okay. We'll go next is 103. What are we looking at here?
So from where this photograph was taken, I was standing on K Hall, so the intersection of J and K, and I'm looking at the evidence markers that are just outside of classroom 2.141 and near the lockers and the blood where Mason was found.
Okay, so we see this blood on the left side of the photo. Is that where Mason's body was when law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
All right, and we see, we'll show closer pictures, but that black object with the evidence markers on the right side of the photo, is that approximately where Colt surrendered to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next photo. Are we looking, I apologize, are we looking from K Hall on that picture?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next one. This is 104.
So this is a cartridge case at evidence marker 9, which was near Mason's body.
Okay, and I believe was that cartridge case in one of the previous exhibits that had the cartridge cases from Miss Ryan's classroom?
Well, yes, it would have been in with the cartridge cases from Miss Ryan's classroom.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha, thank you. And was that recovered very close to Mason's body?
Yes.
Okay. And now going to where Colt was apprehended at the intersection of J and I Hall. And I believe that's actually J and K Hall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we'll go to the next slide here. This is 105. And what are we looking at here?
So in the bottom left corner, we're looking at evidence marker 1, which represented a glove, a yellow glove. And then further down, we're looking at the rest of the evidence markers.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, 106. And what does that show?
One of the yellow gloves.
Okay, and is that an external door here on the left?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go to the next one, 107. What do we see here?
So that would be the gun and the magazines and some other items that were around the gun prior to me putting out the evidence markers.
Okay, and the next slide is 108. And what do you see in this photo?
Just a closer photograph of those items.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 116 and 117. Can you just identify for us what these are? And I am going to have you take these out and show them to the jury once we've entered them into evidence.
So 116 is the right hand yellow glove, and 117 is the left hand yellow glove.
And it does appear to be in the same condition as when you took them into evidence and placed them into evidence with the GBI.
Yes.
All right, and Judge, at this time we would tender States Exhibits 116 and 117 and publish to the jury.
Okay. All right. 116, 117.
Do you want me to take both out at the same time or one?
Yeah, you can break that out.
Okay.
And based on your review of the evidence of the crime scene here, what's the relevance of these gloves to this crime scene?
It's my understanding these are the gloves that he was wearing during the incident.
Okay. And was where they were recovered consistent with being those gloves, as well as their appearance?
Yes.
Okay. And if you want to put this back in the bag, I can move them over. And as I do that, I'm going to ask you a couple of kind of contextual questions. Can you give us an idea of the distance that Colt was from Miss Bierman when he fired?
It would have been approximately 40 feet.
And similarly, can you tell us approximately how far Colt was when he fired towards Coach Aspinwall and Mr. Phoenix?
It would have been probably between 16 to 18 feet. Coach Aspinwall, I believe, was closer than Mr. Phoenix was.
Okay. And then just to kind of give us some context, what is the width of the hallway, like J Hall, in the school?
The width of the hallways is approximately 11 feet.
11 feet wide, okay. Thank you. And now going back, we have a few more photos, so we'll go to the next slide. And what is this showing 110?
This is a overall photograph of the gun and some of the items around it.
Okay. And the next slide, it's 111. What is that in that photo?
That's one of the magazines. There were 3 additional magazines along with the one that was in the gun for a total of 4.
Okay. And now I am going to tender into evidence. So we've got State's Exhibit 118, which is contained in the box. I believe 118 and 119 are inside of this white box. Do you want to step down and review that and identify it for us and confirm whether it appears to be in the same condition as when it was recovered? You 118 is the firearm itself. Can you identify that for the jury?
Yes, this appears to be the same gun that was collected from the crime scene.
Okay, and 119 is the other object that's contained in that box. Can you identify that?
This appears to be the gun magazine that was in the weapon.
Okay. They appear to be in substantially the same conditions when they were taken into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, at this time we would tender State's Exhibits 118 and 119.
Okay. All right, 118 and 119 are reviewed.
Okay, and I'm going to have you display, we'll start with the firearm itself for the jury. And has that firearm been secured? Does it have a gun lock in it and otherwise been disarmed?
Yes.
Okay. Can you now display 119, the magazine that was in the firearm at the time? You can have a seat. I do have a couple other physical pieces of evidence. So I'm going to go ahead and provide you State's Exhibits 122, 123, and 124. I'm not going to take all of those out. And actually, 122, 123, and 124, we are going to have you remove those. Can you identify what they are for the jury?
Yes, 122 is the tan-colored magazine, and there was one cartridge that was in the magazine, so both items are in this bag.
And does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as when it was put into evidence?
Yes, it also has the blue firearms tape.
And likewise, can you go ahead and identify 123 and 124?
As I stated previously, there were 3 additional mags. So 122 was the tan-colored magazine at evidence marker 5. 123 is a magazine that was at the gun at evidence marker 6. And it's a black 60 capacity gun magazine, and there were 17 cartridges in that magazine.
Okay.
And then 124, as I stated previously, was also near the gun, and it is a black gun magazine, but this time it's a 30 capacity magazine, and it was full. There were 15 LC-14 cartridges and 15 of the LC-223 cartridges in that magazine.
All right. And similar to 122, do 123 and 124, with the exception of having markers from being to the GBI crime lab, do those appear to be in substantially the same condition as when they were taken into evidence?
Yes.
All right. And Judge, at this time, we would tender State's Exhibits 122, 123, and 124.
There you go, Patrick. All right, 122, 123, and 124.
All right. And starting with 122, if I could just have you remove that from the bag and show it to the jury.
Do you want just the magazine or also the coin envelope that has the cartridge?
We won't take the cartridges out of the coin envelope, but you can show that to the jury just so they're aware of what that is. And can you explain what's inside that envelope?
Yeah, so when we are collecting evidence, we try to put everything in paper, and when we're collecting cartridges and cartridge cases and fragments and bullets, we tend to put them in coin envelopes. So the cartridge from this magazine is in this envelope.
Okay. Same thing with 124. Yes, sir. Sorry.
I know you all had a longer break than you anticipated previously. You've been in your seat more than I need to get you. So we're going to take a 10 or so minutes.
Thank you, Judge.
Put these back.
Yes.
Go ahead, Steve.
All right, I just have 3 more pieces of physical evidence to introduce through you. I'm not going to have you take any of these out of the bags. I'll start with State's Exhibits 120 and 121. And can you just identify what these are and tell us if they appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you took them into evidence?
So 120 is the cartridge that came out of the chamber of the gun. And then 121 are the 18 cartridges that came out of the magazine that was in the gun.
Okay. And do they appear to be in substantially the same condition? I believe they have the crime lab tape on them as well?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we would tender State's Exhibits 120 and 121.
Any objection? No objection, Judge. All right, 120, 121 are admitted.
Okay. Lastly, before we talk about the contents of Colt's bag and the firearm in slightly more detail, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 205. And can you just identify what that is?
Yes, this would be the poster that was in the hallway at evidence marker 19.
Okay, and we won't take it out since we had a pretty clear picture of it. Again, does that appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you took it into evidence?
Yes.
All right, and we'll tender State's Exhibit 205 into evidence.
No objection. All right, 205 is admitted.
And regarding that poster board, just to be clear, we talked about whether the bag appeared to be the same backpack that Colt was wearing at the time. Based on the location of where the poster board was found and its appearance, is it consistent with the poster board that was concealing Colt's gun when he came into Apalachee High School on September 4th of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this time, we are going to go back to the photos. We just have a few more, if we can go to the next slide. And this is 112. And can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be a photograph after I've opened the backpack.
Okay, so is that what was inside Colt's backpack when you first opened it?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll go to the next one, 113. And what is this?
These are the contents of that previous photograph.
Okay, I see it has some writing down there. What does that writing say?
That writing says from backpack number 20. I wrote that so that I would know where it came from.
Okay, so that's for your own reference, essentially?
Correct.
Okay, and we'll go to the next slide. This is 114.
This would be the knife that was in the backpack.
Okay, and we'll go to 115.
The oil that was in the backpack.
All right, and is that same poster board that was behind it?
Correct.
Okay. And 116.
That's another photograph of the oil that was in the backpack.
Okay, and again, did you write from backpack number 20 for your own reference?
Correct.
All right. We'll go to the next slide, 117. And what does that show?
This is a photograph of the gun and the magazines that are near the gun.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, 118.
This would now be with the evidence marker identifying those items.
Okay. Next we have 119.
Photograph of the gun.
Okay. And does that just show kind of a close-up of some of the writing that's on the gun?
Yes, the brand.
Okay. And we'll go to the next, 120.
This is the cartridge that came from the chamber of the gun.
Okay. And again, is that your writing?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go to 121.
This would be the 60-round magazine that was in the gun.
Okay. And we'll go to 122.
This is a closer-up photograph of the top of that magazine showing the capacity.
Okay. We'll go to 123.
And then this would be the other side.
Okay. And 124.
This is a photograph demonstrating that there are cartridges in that magazine.
All right. And we'll go to 125.
And then this would be the cartridges that came out of that magazine.
Okay. And 126.
This is one of the magazines that was near evidence marker 6.
Okay. And the next slide.
This would be the top of that magazine, showing that there are cartridges in that magazine.
That's 127, and we'll go to the next one, 129.
And then these are the cartridges that came out of that magazine.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide.
This would be the other magazine that was at evidence marker 6. So the last one we saw was the 30-round magazine. There was an additional 60-round magazine with cartridges in it.
Okay, that's 130. We'll go to the next slide. Is 131.
This is the tan magazine that was near the gun, but identified by a different evidence marker.
Okay, and we'll go to the next slide. 132.
So this is the magazine that we were talking about prior to the tan magazine.
Okay, so we had that one picture a little out of order.
Yeah.
All right, and we'll go to the next one. Is 133.
This is the top of the tan magazine showing that there's only one cartridge in that one.
Okay. And the next one is 134.
These would be the cartridges that came out of the 60-round magazine.
Okay. And the next slide, and we're going to hold off here. And just to be clear, the magazines that we showed, the cartridges that we showed, are those all the same magazines that were placed into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, the physical, actual objects. And Judge, this time we do have a few slides showing the deceased victims at the crime scene. We wanted to notify the public if anyone wanted to either leave or avert their eyes, as well as notify the media not to film.
All right, so we had a hearing on this last Friday, turned into a consent order for the media that was at council present. So the following photographs are not to be recorded, videoed, photographed, and as I understand it, you've got a switch over there, sir, that'll disconnect you from the monitor, is that right? All right, if you will be sure that that disconnect's occurred. All right, was there anyone that wanted to leave the courtroom? Okay. All right, again, do not record, photograph, transmit the following exhibits.
All right, and we won't belabor these, but we are going to identify them and publish them to the jury. We'll go to the next slide. All right, this is states 135. Can you identify who's in this photo?
This would be Christian in Miss Ryan's classroom.
Okay, and is that where he was discovered inside the classroom?
Correct.
Okay, and we'll go to the next slide. This is 136. What is in this photo?
So this is Miss Irami. When law enforcement arrived, she was initially in her room and then got moved to the workroom.
Okay, so is this her body in the workroom where they took her to try to render aid?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll go to the next photo, which is 137. What do we see in this photo?
This would be Coach Aspinwall in his classroom.
Okay. And is that where his body was discovered when law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to go to 138. What do we see in this photo?
This is Mason in the hallway.
Okay. Go to the next slide. This is 139. And what do we see in this photo?
We see Mason at the top part of the photograph and the gun near his body.
All right, and we had another photo that had Mason's body removed but showed where his blood remained. Did that picture accurately show the distance of where Colt surrendered from where Mason fell?
Yes.
Okay. And that's all we're going to show of those photos. I have just a few more questions for you before I sit down. So we just showed photos showing the distance of where Colt was when he surrendered from Mason's body. Can you tell us, based on your measurements, the distance of where Colt was when he surrendered from where the SROs were at the end of the hallway when they told him to surrender?
Yeah, so from the approximate center of the intersection of K and J, where Colt was, and then the approximate center of where the SROs were, is approximately 165 feet, which is about 55 yards, which would be about the width of a football field, or this courtroom is almost 42 feet from the wall behind the jury and the wall behind the judge. So if we had 4 courtrooms stacked widthwise that way, it would be about 165 feet.
Okay, thank you. And we've showed a lot of different cartridge cases in different contexts and different locations. How many total cartridge cases did you find at the scene?
There were 36.
Okay, so is it fair to say that means at minimum 36 shots were fired?
Correct.
Okay, and when I say at minimum, is it fair to account for a world where a case wasn't recovered or something like that?
Yes.
Okay, in spite of obviously a very, very thorough
Yes.
investigation and evidence collection. So in addition to the 36 cases, the 36 shots we know were fired, how many unused cartridges were with Colt Gray?
There were 67.
Okay. So is it fair to say that would mean at least 67 more shots that he could have fired if he used all the ammunition he brought?
Correct.
So total, how much ammunition minimum did Colt Gray bring with him that day to Apalachee High School on September 4th of 2024?
103 cartridges.
No further questions from me at this time. The defense may have some questions for you.
Cross, Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Nathan.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple of questions for you. About the backpack, was there anything else found in the backpack?
Yes, there were other items found in the backpack.
Okay, what other items were found in the backpack that you didn't photograph?
I did photograph them, they
Oh, you
just
did?
weren't included.
Okay. The main thing that came out of there was the oil.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That was one of the items that came out of the backpack.
And tell me the other items that came out of the backpack.
There was, aside from the oil, the knife, there was a computer charger in there was a cell phone in there, and then there was also a binder in there.
Okay. And you collected the cell phone to send off to have it looked at,
Correct.
correct? So we saw on the photograph, one of the last photographs, there were earphones that plug into a telephone. Were they laying there, if you remember?
Yes, that would have been near the weapon.
Okay. And you associated those with Colt?
I don't know who they belong to specifically.
Okay. They were just in close proximity.
Correct.
All right. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Yes, can you redirect?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Brooks, if you want to take the two that are and put them on the table. Thank you. Any other evidence?
Yes, sir.
All right, state calls next witness.
State called Sarah Van Holm. If I could go ahead and have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, and if you want to start just by introducing yourself to the jury, I'll have you spell your last name for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Sarah with an H, and last name is Van Holm. That's 2 words, Vanholm.
All right, and tell us about your occupation.
So I am a firearms examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay, and how long have you been at the GBI?
Since July of 2017, so about 8.5 years.
All right, and talk us through kind of your educational background and training that's led you to this position.
So I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of North Georgia. Prior to being employed with the GBI, I was an operations manager for a small firearms manufacturing company. I was a certified firearms instructor, and I was also a sponsored competitive shooter. Upon being employed with the GBI, I completed a 14-month training program to become a firearms examiner, and then that was followed by 7 months of supervised casework. I have been certified as an armor for multiple firearms manufacturers. I have attended multiple conferences and conventions that are firearms and firearms examiner related. And I also a member and have just been certified as a firearms examiner through the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners.
Okay, and as a firearms examiner at the GBI, what does your job generally look like?
So primarily we determine if a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm or not. If no firearm was submitted, we can determine if a group of bullets or a group of cartridge cases was fired from the same firearm and potentially give a list of manufacturers in which they were fired from.
All right, and have you previously testified as an expert in the field of firearms science and firearms examination?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I think it's just under 90.
Okay, and in what courts have you testified?
Many courts across the state of Georgia.
All right. And Judge, at this time I would tender Sarah Van Holm as an expert in the field of firearms science and firearms examination.
Well, she did like that she's an expert in firearms.
Should be so qualified.
All right, so before we get into the evidence specific in this case, I want to talk through some terms we may be referencing. Let's start generally with just what is a cartridge and how does that pertain to what you do?
So as firearms examiners, what we are looking at are the repeating patterns of markings that are formed during the manufacturing process of a firearm that are then imparted on the different components of a cartridge during the firing process of that firearm. So a cartridge is a single unit of unfired ammunition. I have a demonstrative as well, if that's acceptable.
Any objection?
No problem.
Okay. A cartridge is a single unit of unfired ammunition, and it is composed of 4 main parts. Your main housing being what we call a cartridge case, sometimes referred to as a shell casing. It's a cylindrical metallic component with an open mouth. Well, inside that open mouth is going to be your projectile or your bullet. Inside of that cartridge case is going to be your gunpowder, and then on the base of that cartridge case is going to be called a primer. Kind of looks like a button. When the trigger is pulled on a firearm, it releases what's called a firing pin. That firing pin actually dimples that primer. Creates a rapid gas expansion or a combustion. And what that does is it actually dislodges this projectile from the mouth of the cartridge case and sends it traveling down the barrel of the firearm, where this projectile is going to pick up markings from the rifling of that barrel. Well, because of equal and opposite reactions, as it's pushing this bullet down the barrel of the firearm, this cartridge case is also slamming into the bolt or breech face of the firearm, expanding slightly inside the chamber of the firearm, and then depending on what type of firearm it is, it's being extracted and kicked out of the firearm as well. So all of these interactions with the gun are what we are able to look at as firearms examiners to compare and determine if that cartridge case or that projectile was fired from a particular firearm or not.
Thank you so much. And to just kind of reconcile that with some words that we might hear regularly and some words we might use today, in relation to what we're talking about, can you just explain what a bullet is and what a bullet jacket is?
Yes, so a bullet I kind of like to describe as like an M&M or a chocolate covered kind of candy with that hard outside and this kind of softer middle. So bullets typically are going to be copper jacketed with a soft lead inside.
Okay. And shifting to this case specifically, were you involved in the firearm and bullet analysis in the case involving Colin Gray?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And I'm going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibits 125.1 through 125.4. And can you just review these, identify them, tell us what they are, and if they're fair and accurate copies of those.
Yes, these are the reports I created for this case.
Okay. And we've got 4 reports. Are those in relation to different victims?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us which victims are associated with those reports?
Yes, so State's Exhibit 125.1 is the report for that contains the victim Anna Christina Ermi. I apologize for the names.
You're fine.
State's Exhibit 125.2 is for the victim Christian Angulo. 125.3 is for Mason Skirmerhorn, and then 125.4 is for Richard Aspinwall.
Okay, and Judge, at this time we would tender State's Exhibits 125.1 through 125.4 into evidence.
We don't have any objection to her testifying about it, but that's not something that will go to the jury.
All right, 121.1 through 4 are admitted into evidence, and we'll take that up later.
Okay, and you can use those for your reference throughout your testimony as needed. I'm going to turn your attention back to October 4th of 2024. Were you employed at the GBI Crime Lab on that date?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, did you examine a firearm that you received from Region 11 of the GBI?
Yes, I received evidence from Region 11.
Okay, and when was that firearm received by the crime lab from Region 11?
The firearm was received on September 11th, 2024.
And who requested examination?
GBI Region 11.
Okay. Did you also receive magazines, cartridges, cartridge cases, bullet fragments, and bullet jacket fragments, all in relation to this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what sort of examination was requested?
So it was requested that I look at the projectiles from the autopsies and the cartridge cases I received and determine if the firearm I received fired them.
Okay. And were the different bullets and bullet jacket fragments associated with specific victims in this case?
The projectiles were, yes.
Thank you. And so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 197, 198, and 199. And can you just identify what these are?
So State's Exhibit 197 are the autopsy projectiles from Mason Skirmerhorn. State's Exhibit 198 are the autopsy projectiles from Richard Aspinwall. And State's Exhibit 199 are the projectiles from autopsy from Christian Angulo.
Okay, and are these all some of the fragments that were provided to you to examine in this case?
Yes.
All right, and do they include ones that you were able to compare to the gun?
Some of them were, yes.
Okay, and do they appear to be in the same condition as when they were tested?
Yes, they do.
Are your initials also on boxes containing the evidence?
Yes, they are, as well as the seal.
Okay, and so Judge, at this time, we are going to tender States 197, recovered from Mason, 198, recovered from Coach Aspinwall, and 199, recovered from Christian.
No objection. All right, 197, 89.
All right, so what did you do with the evidence once you received it?
So when I received the evidence, I sorted the evidence based on what we call class characteristics, and those are going to be characteristics that are indicative of the design of the firearm. So we want to make sure that the evidence is agreeing with the firearm that we received. If it is agreeing with it, then we will test fire that firearm and then compare those ammunition components to what we received as evidence.
Okay. Now, in this case, were there types of fragments that you couldn't compare?
Yes, there were some fragments we could not compare.
Okay, and what would be some reasons that you wouldn't be able to do
So when a projectile hits an object, it can break into different pieces. So it may not have any rifling on it once it breaks into those fragments. And then also there were some lead fragments as well, so that's going to be the inside of the projectile, so that just has no information for us.
Okay. And I want to go through some of what you were able to compare to a gun. I guess we can start with regarding Mason.
Yes, for Mason, I was able to compare a .223 bullet and bullet jacket fragment, and that was it.
Okay. And what about for Coach Aspinwall?
Coach Aspinwall was a .223 bullet and bullet jacket fragment and an additional .223 projectile bullet.
Okay. And for Christian?
Christian was a .223 projectile.
Okay. Now I'm going to have you retrieve what's previously been tendered into evidence as States Exhibit 118. If you want to step down and come get this. And again, this has been secured and has a gun lock on it.
Yes, so for the court, it is.
And so is this the firearm that was provided to you in relation to this case?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us what you're checking to see about that.
I am checking for my initials and also the serial number as well.
Okay. Is this also the firearm that matched the bullets and fragments that you tested that you previously referenced?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read the serial number on that firearm just for the record? I know the lighting in here is not the best.
Yes, it's 20 L as in Lima 185839.
Okay. And what kind of gun is this?
This is an AR-15 style semi-automatic rifle.
Okay. And talk to us a little bit about the characteristics of this weapon.
So characteristically, this is again, a semi-automatic, but it's a rotating bolt gas impingement type firearm.
Okay. And approximately how much would this kind of weapon cost?
This brand is probably going to be, I mean, obviously there's factors, but it's going to be around probably $1,000.
Okay. What's the trigger weight of this firearm?
So I did perform trigger pulls on this firearm. We take 3 trigger pulls and then take an average of those, and it was 7.25.
Okay, and for
pounds.
someone who might not know what that means, can you explain what that is?
Yeah, 7.25 pounds, which is essentially the amount of force it takes for this firearm to discharge when pulling the trigger.
Okay. And can you give us kind of something of an analogous weight to sort of quantify what that would feel like?
Yeah, so like a gallon of milk is about 8 pounds.
Okay. And is that a typical trigger pull for this type of gun?
It's not abnormal.
Okay. You testified this was a semi-automatic rifle. Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so semi-automatic essentially means this firearm will fire 1 cartridge per pull of the trigger. So when this trigger is pulled, a projectile will travel down the barrel of the firearm. That bolt will cycle, which means that it will move rearward. When that bolt moves rearward, it's actually going to extract a cartridge case from the chamber of this firearm and eject that cartridge case from the firearm. Well, as that bolt moves back forward, it's going to load another cartridge into the chamber, at which case it's ready to be fired again. So 1 trigger pull is 1 cartridge fired.
Okay. And so we've had several magazines tendered into evidence. I won't grab one right now, but can you explain what a magazine is?
Yes, a magazine is where the cartridges are stored inside the firearm before it is fired.
Okay. And I'm going to grab what's been marked as State's Exhibit 119 and put into evidence. This is 119, and I'll provide this to you. So Can you explain to us, if somebody has multiple magazines with this kind of firearm, can you explain how they would change out those magazines?
Yes, so this is the magazine well of this firearm. You would just insert this magazine into the magazine well, and to remove the magazine, you just press the magazine release button on the side here and pull the magazine out.
Okay, so is that a pretty quick process to be able to do if someone knows how to do it?
If you know how to do it, yes.
Right. Was there also a bore sight on the gun when you examined it?
There was not a bore sight on the gun, no.
Okay. Can you tell us what a bore sight is?
A bore sight is typically, it's a device that kind of looks like a cartridge. You typically load it into the chamber of the firearm, or it's on the muzzle of the firearm, but it assists you in sighting in your firearm roughly, so that you do not have to go to the range and shoot with actual ammo. You can do it somewhere else without firing it.
Okay. And I want to talk about a few specific cartridges. So if you want to if there's somewhere you feel comfortable setting that up there, we can return it to the box. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 120 and tendered into evidence. So this is tendered into evidence as State's Exhibit 120, and we're going to try to grab some scissors for you. And just to refresh the jury's recollection, could you tell us what that is and where it was recovered from based on the evidence bag?
So this is a 223 cartridge recovered from the chamber of the firearm.
Okay. So if you can, we'll move that from its evidence bag just so you can show the jury while we're talking about it. So tell me about this specific type of cartridge.
So this is consistent with a Winchester Varmint X cartridge.
Okay. And what is that type of cartridge, I guess, designed to do, specifically on impact?
So these cartridges are specifically designed by the manufacturer for hunting. Okay. Yes, and they have a gray polymer tip on them, and when they hit a target, they are designed to expand upon impact.
Okay. And I'm now going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 124. And in here we've got two different types of cartridges. We're going to talk about each of those. So if you can get... you can start with either one, but we just want to talk about the two different types of cartridges. Sorry, there's a lot of layers going on there. So tell us about what those two cartridges are, what they're designed to do, and kind of what the difference is between them.
So this is a Full Metal Jacket 223 cartridge, and this is a steel tip 5.56 cartridge.
Okay.
So the steel tip has exactly what it says. It has a steel tip in the right under the jacket of this bullet. So it's a higher penetrating round is what that is designed for. It's also a 5.56, so it's going to be that higher pressured round. This is a 223 Remington. So again, same dimensions, just lower pressure round.
Okay, and you said Full Metal Jacket. What does that mean?
Full Metal Jacket means that the jacket is covering the entire projectile.
Okay. And is that designed, does the jacket help as far as penetration goes, or what would be the purpose of that?
Yeah, it helps with a variety of things. So the jacket's going to help it travel down the barrel more cleanly. Obviously, the core of that projectile is lead, so it helps it from deformation a little bit.
Okay, and are these also designed to expand upon impact?
The full metal jackets are not, no.
Okay. But the other ones are?
The Winchester Varmint X's are, yes.
Okay. And when we say expand upon impact, can you kind of explain what that means?
Yes, so a lot of times this polymer tip will break off of this cartridge, the Winchester cartridge, and it allows that front of the projectile to actually mushroom out and to expand out so that it actually stops when it impacts something.
All right. And again, I know the cost won't be totally consistent throughout, but what's the approximate cost for these different types of cartridges?
So the green tip and the 223, so the 5.56 and the 223 full metal jacket and steel penetrator are going to be around 60 cents a round. And then the Winchester Varmint X is a little more specified cartridge, so it's probably going to be around $1 a round.
Okay. So you're talking about 223 and 5.56. Are both those types of cartridges able to be used in the firearm in this case?
In this case, yes.
Okay. And can you kind of explain how that works?
Yes, so dimensionally 223 and 5.56 are essentially the same dimensionally. It's again that pressure. 5.56 has a higher pressure than the 223. So you can shoot a 223 in a 5.56 firearm, but you wouldn't want to shoot a 5.56 in a 223 firearm because it may not be rated for that extra pressure.
Okay. And following your examination, what did you do with the evidence that you examined?
I repackaged it and returned it.
Okay. So we referenced, I'm going to provide these keys to you. We referenced that there was a gun lock on that firearm. Can you show the jury what the gun lock looks like and explain what it does and how it works?
So this is a gun lock. It goes through the magazine well and through the chamber of the firearm, and it essentially makes it so the bolt cannot close all the way on the firearm.
Okay. And can you just demonstrate for the jury how one would put on and take off a gun lock?
Yes. So essentially you take one end and you feed it through the chamber or the magazine well and through the chamber, and then you would just lock it on the end.
Okay, so it's kind of just like putting a lock on a locker. I do not have any further questions for you, Mr.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just want to ask you a few questions about the firearm. Do you know the approximate weight of that firearm?
This one in particular, I do not.
Okay. Gun fired. Is that correct?
I took an average trigger pull test. Yes, I did.
Okay. What's the average trigger pull of a 9mm pistol?
It depends on the type of 9mm.
Okay. Would you say that it would be more or less than this particular firearm?
Type of firearm.
Okay. So each firearm has a different trigger pull?
It can, yes.
Okay. Would you say generally that a pistol would have a less trigger pull than a rifle, or do you know?
Not necessarily, no, I wouldn't say that.
Okay. So it's all subjective.
The testing of the trigger pull. I took a trigger gauge and actually tested the three trigger pulls on that and then averaged it. So no, that was not subjective.
Well, does a 9mm, would it act very similar to the
and one cartridge would be fired.
Okay, well, let's just say a Glock 9mm. You're familiar with those?
I am.
Does it have the same function that this rifle would have?
It is a semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. So they would function similarly?
They have different ways of operating. This is a rotating bolt direct gas impingement rifle, so the way it actually operates is differently, but as far as being a semi-automatic, they are both semi-automatics.
Okay. In other words, you would have to pull the trigger each time you fired it.
That is correct.
Do you know the approximate cost of a Glock 9mm?
That's going to vary depending on the generation of the Glock. So there's a lot of variations that can go into that, whether it's a newer Glock or an older Glock,
Okay.
just like there's any variation.
Have you actually checked on the cost of the firearm that you examined?
This one in particular, yes, I did look at the MSRP.
Okay. And did you do that about the same time that you did the testing?
Yes.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect based on cross?
Has anything been added to that firearm to modify it in any way?
From the original equipment manufacturer, yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
Yes, so this firearm is not sold with a vertical foregrip typically from the manufacturer. Now, if it was sold with this like this, that is a possibility. But from the manufacturer, it is not sold with a vertical foregrip, these canted sights, or this red dot sight.
Okay, and can you tell us what the purpose is of each of those things?
Yeah, so vertical foregrip helps in actually holding the firearm itself and stabilizing it. The canted iron sights help in aiming the firearm. And then the red dot sight is also for aiming.
Okay. Is there an accessory rail added?
Yes, there's a Picatinny rail added so that you can put on the canted sights.
Okay. Nothing further from me. Thank you.
Any recurls?
No, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. State law, some please.
You might want to take just one moment to get the evidence on the witness stand that the state would find Dr. Samantha Maddox. I'll just wait. And Judge, Dr. Maddox is the medical examiner who performed the autopsy on the 4 victims. Again, we just wanted to make sure people in the gallery are aware who this next victim or who this next witness is. We are not intending to publish any photos from the autopsies, but we do have images including X-rays, fragments recovered, and diagrams.
All right. Is there any? There's nothing there that the media is prohibited from, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Members of the audience, you heard Ms. Daniel. To the extent you may want to either hear autopsy testimony or see any of the evidence that they're going to take, feel free to step out.
All right, if you can go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can have a seat. And if you will start just by introducing yourself to the jury, and if you can spell your last name for a reporter.
Yes. Hello, my name is Dr. Samantha Nieves Maddox. Last name spelled Mattox.
All right, and Dr. Maddox, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
All right, and what's your role there?
I am an associate medical examiner.
How long have you been there as an associate medical examiner?
I've been employed there for about 2.5 years now.
And what are your duties at the GBI Crime Lab as an associate medical examiner?
As a medical examiner at the GBI, I am tasked with performing autopsies, determining cause and manner of death, and ultimately producing an autopsy report.
Approximately how many autopsies do you perform in a given year?
In a given year, it can range from 200 to 300.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed during the course of your career?
To date, I have performed 905 autopsies.
Okay. Tell me about the education and training that you've had in the medical field.
After graduating from high school, I completed 4 years of undergraduate study and received my Bachelor of Science degree in biology at Columbus State University, located in Columbus, Georgia. I then completed 4 years of medical school at the Alabama College of Osteopathic Medicine, located in Dothan, Alabama. I then completed 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency at the Medical College of Georgia at Augusta University, located in Augusta, Georgia. I then completed 1 year of forensic pathology fellowship at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And have you worked in the field of pathology since completing your training?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified previously as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
12.
Okay, thank you. And Judge, at this time I would tender Dr. Samantha Maddox as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, should be admitted as an expert.
I'm going to turn your attention to September 5th of 2024. Were you working at the GBI Crime Lab on that date?
Yes, I was employed with the GBI on that date.
Okay. And on that date, did you perform autopsies on Christian Anglo, Richard Aspinwall, Christina Ieremy, and Mason Skirmerhorn?
May I refer to my report as far as the
and I will
date?
go ahead and provide you may have it for reference, but these are State's Exhibits 43 through 46. If you want to go ahead and tell us if you recognize those and if those appear to be fair and accurate copies of those documents.
Autopsy reports.
Judge, at this time we would tender those exhibits into evidence.
Any objection? No objection for tendering for the record, but any objection from 43, 44, 45, 46 are admitted.
All right. And referencing those, did you perform all of these autopsies on September 5th of 2024?
Yes, all the autopsies were performed on September 5th, 2024.
And whose was that?
That would be Ms. Anna Chris.
Victim individually. When you at the crime lab receive a body in preparation to perform an autopsy, tell us how that body is received.
Sure. So the GBI receives a phone call from the coroner to report deaths. Those deaths are called into the GBI and taken by a death investigation specialist we call a DIS. A case number at that time is assigned to the case, whether the case is accepted into our jurisdiction or declined. Once that case number is created and jurisdiction is accepted, we advise the coroner to transport the body to our facility. Upon receipt of the body to our facility, The body is checked for name tags and identification. It's labeled with our case number, as well as our own tag. And then after that procedure is completed, the body is then moved into the in-cooler.
Okay. And once a body is appropriately received, labeled, confirmed to match the identity, what are the steps you take when you perform an autopsy?
When the case is ready for an autopsy, the body is moved from the in-cooler and to the autopsy suite. However, prior to that, depending on the case, and in these cases, gunshot wound cases, an X-ray is performed to show if there's any kind of retained bullets or any kind of materials that we need to be aware of. So upon moving from the in-cooler, the body moves to get an X-ray. Once the X-ray is complete, it is then moved to the autopsy room.
Okay. And when performing an autopsy, what's kind of the order that you examine the body?
Sure. So once the body is in the autopsy room, photographs are taken of the bag tags, and the bag is not yet opened. So once those photographs are taken, then the bag is opened, and photographs are again taken of the contents of the bag as they are received. Once those photographs are taken, I examine the body for any kind of evidence that may need to be collected, as well as any kind of injuries that I can see and what kind of clothing is present on the body. Once I've done that, the clothing is removed, the body is again examined for injuries and cleaned, and photographs are again taken of the body and the injuries.
And how do you document your findings when you perform an autopsy?
At the time of autopsy, I document my findings on a body diagram, which are then later transcribed into a full autopsy report.
Okay, and is the full autopsy report what we previously tendered, I believe, is State's Exhibits 43 through 46?
Yes, they are.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 47, 48, 49, and 50. And are those the diagrams that you prepared regarding these 4 victims?
Yes, they are.
Okay, are they fair and accurate copies of the diagrams that you prepared?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, we would tender State's Exhibits 47 through 50 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, other than what we've already said.
All right, thank you. 47 through 50 are admitted.
Okay, so we're going to start with Christian, which was State's Exhibit 43 for the report. Can you tell us the full name and age that you recorded in that autopsy report?
Christian Gabriel Aguilo, 14 years old.
Okay. And we're going to publish the diagram that you prepared from his autopsy. That was tendered as State's Exhibit 47. And we'll use that diagram for reference as we talk through Christian's injuries. It may take just 1 second because I think we have to pull up a different program. All right, Dr. Maddox. So this is a diagram you performed to document the injuries to Christian.
left arm labeled as GSW number 1. There is a round defect, which is a gunshot entrance wound. Not.
Yes, sir. And I believe is there a pointer still up there?
Yes. Pointer, yes, it expands.
If you can slightly. Yeah, and you can use the pointer, and we've got it on the screen behind you if you want to use that to show the jury.
Gotcha.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay. So gunshot wound number 1, that is on the left arm, and if you can see, it's not projecting super well, but there are dots that I have indicated stippling on that left arm. So that is the entrance, and then on the other side, gunshot wound number 2, which is labeled as an exit, is also a small defect on the left forearm.
Okay. And so where you have ENT under gunshot wound number 1, that means entrance?
Yes.
Okay. And you said stippling. Could you just explain what that is?
Sure. So when it comes to a gunshot wound, I will be looking for soot and or stippling in a wound. Soot is burned gunpowder that comes off as like a dark gray, black, grainy material that can be wiped off from the skin. Stippling is from unburned gunpowder that's striking the skin, and it makes these little small tiny abrasions on the skin that cannot be wiped off. And in this instance, there is stippling present on the left forearm.
Okay. And is stippling usually indicative of a close proximity with the firearm?
Yes, so the presence of soot and the presence of stippling helps in determining range of fire. So how close of the muzzle of the gun to the body or the skin. For soot, it's typically present in a range of 6 inches or less. So if you look at my hand, from my index finger to the bottom of my palm is about 6 inches. And for an intermediate range, it's between 6 inches and 30 inches. And so that would be about the length of my arm is 30 inches. Anything beyond that, or the presence of clothing, that we won't see either, soot or stippling.
Right, thank you. Using the diagram, moving on to Christian's right arm, tell us what injuries you saw there.
So on the right arm, there is a small defect, which is labeled as gunshot wound number 3. That is another entrance.
Okay.
And then gunshot wound number 4 is the corresponding exit to that wound, and it is a very large defect.
Okay. And I want to talk about, there are lines denoted on the exit wound on the left arm and the entrance wound on the right arm. Can you explain to us what that is indicating?
Yes, so upon examination of these gunshot wounds, it was noted that there are these 2 parallel lines between these 2 wounds, gunshot wound number 2 and gunshot wound number 3. So here and here. Okay. And they align and kind of match each other, which gives me information as to a possible position that Christian was in when he was shot.
Okay, so are those injuries from the arms hitting each other?
Yes.
Okay. And can you also explain why we see the exit wound on your diagram, gunshot wound number 4, is significantly larger than the entrance wound? Can you explain that for us?
Yes, typically in rifle wounds, the entrance is quite small and round, as you would see as a normal gunshot wound. However, once the bullet enters the body and goes a certain distance, the damage is severe. And so exit wounds typically are larger, and so that is what we are seeing in gunshot wound number 4.
Okay, so is that consistent with a projectile that's designed to expand upon impact?
Yes, it's consistent.
Okay. Next, I want to talk about the injuries to his chest. So can you tell us about the injuries we see there?
Yes, so on the chest there is a small round defect, which is labeled gunshot wound number 5, which indicates an entrance wound. However, on the chest throughout there is a laceration on the right side, as well as abrasions on the chest. And abrasions are basically rubbing of the top layers of the skin. So if you got like a scratch, that would be called an abrasion. So to point out the gunshot wound. And then it's among a complex of other wounds.
Okay. And can you explain for us, we have this small entrance wound. What would cause that larger wound next to the entrance wound?
So again, the injuries with this particular individual, with it being a rifle wound and there being stippling and patterned abrasions on the forearms, it lends itself to the possible position in which Christian was in when he was shot. And so if the abrasions on the forearms were to be lined up in this manner, as well as his head angled downwards, the large defect to the arm and the forearm correspond to being kind of at the level of the chest.
Okay, so just for the record, was it your conclusion based on your examination that when Christian was shot, his arms were across his chest, kind of in a crossed manner, one on top of the other?
So upon performing the autopsy, I have 3 different wound paths. I have an entrance and an exit on the left forearm. I have an entrance and an exit on the right forearm. I have an entrance on the chest, which leads to a bullet. So possibly 3, but given the constellation of the stippling pattern, which is on his left forearm more so than the right, a little bit on his face, the patterned contused abrasions on the forearms, which line up with those 2 holes, and the pattern of abrasion on his chest lend itself to a single gunshot wound with him in a position where his arms are crossed, the left in front of the right, and his chin is down.
Thank you. And next I'm going to show you the Martha States Exhibit 51. And you referenced taking x-rays of gunshot victims. Is that the x-ray taken of Christian?
Yes, it is.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate copy of the x-ray of his body?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Judge, we attend our State's Exhibit 51.
All right, any objection? Same objection. 51.
All right, and we are going to pull that up on the screen. And can you just tell us what you were able to see from this x-ray?
In this x-ray, you can see radio opaque, meaning a dense white material in the chest area, and those are corresponding to bullet fragments.
Okay. And did you recover bullet pieces, bullet fragments from Christian's body during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 52 through 56. And are these fair and accurate photographs of the pieces that you recovered from Christian's body?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And Judge, we attend our State's Exhibits 52 through 56.
Okay, all right, they're in the 52 to 56.
All right, and we'll start with 52 and pull that up. And can you just tell us what we're looking at and where it was recovered from?
So this yellow piece of material was recovered from the clothing. It was recovered at the time of the external examination. It may possibly represent a jacket fragment.
Okay. We'll go to 53 and tell us what that is and where it was recovered from.
This is a gray metal bullet fragment that was recovered from the sternum being like the breastbone in the middle of your chest.
And 54.
This bullet fragment was recovered from the thymus. The thymus is a gland that sits on the anterior chest, kind of above the heart.
Right, 55.
These fragments were recovered from the skin of the chest. So as I said before, there was a complex of wounds. There were some superficial wounds in which these bullet fragments were found.
And 56.
This is the bullet that was recovered from the torso.
All right, and can you tell us the cause of death and manner of death notated on your report for Christian?
Yes, cause of death is gunshot wound or gunshot wounds of the torso and upper extremities. Manner of death, homicide.
Okay. We're next going to talk about Miss Irami. That is the report, states number 45 for your reference. If you can just start by telling us her full name and her age.
The decedent's name is Anna Christina Irami, 53 years old.
And we're going to publish the diagram that you prepared from her autopsy, which was tendered to State's Exhibit 49. And using this diagram, can you describe to us the injuries you observed on Miss Irami?
Yes, Ms. Irami had a single gunshot wound, entrance wound to the left supraclavicular region, which means it's just above the left clavicle, and then she had an exit wound on the left upper back.
Okay. And similarly to what we previously talked about, what distinguishes the entrance wound from the exit wound in this type of firearm?
So again, typically in gunshot wounds that are produced by a rifle, there is a small round entrance wound and a bigger exit wound.
Okay. Upon completing an internal examination, can you tell us about the internal injuries that she suffered?
Yes, this gunshot wound transects the subclavian artery. The subclavian artery is a main vessel that comes off of the aorta. So if you think of the heart, pumps the blood to the rest of the body. The aorta comes off of the heart and feeds the rest of the body. So you have three branches. One branch will go to the right, one branch goes up to the neck, and then this branch, the left subclavian, supplies the left arm. So this artery is completely in half. It's no longer connected. That was one injury, and then another injury was to the left lung.
Okay. And did you recover any bullets or fragments from Ms. Irami's body or see any on her x-ray?
No, I did not.
Okay. And can you tell us the cause of death and manner of death for Ms. Irami notated on your report?
Her cause of death is gunshot wound of the torso, manner of death, homicide.
All right, we're going to talk about Coach Aspinwall next. I'll refer you to State's Exhibit 44, which was his report. And again, will you tell us his full name and his age?
Richard Aspinwall, 39 years old.
All right, we're also going to publish his diagram. That was State's Exhibit 48, and use that as a reference. Using that diagram, could you again just talk us through the injuries that he suffered?
Okay, I'm going to start with the injury to the right arm.
Okay.
So on the right arm, there is an entrance wound and an exit wound that are in close proximity to one another. And then just adjacent to that, right next to it, is a gunshot re-entry wound to the torso. This gunshot wound goes just through the skin and soft tissue of the arm, and then when it enters the torso on that right side, it goes across the chest, fractures the manubrium, which is the top part of the sternum. It actually sits between your clavicles, which are your collarbones here, fractures that. It perforates or injures the left lung, and the bullet is found in the base of the neck.
Okay. And so is that bullet that we see indicated on the diagram appear to be or consistent with being the bullet that went through the arm and then into that reentry?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the additional injuries we see on that diagram.
Another gunshot wound injury is on the left side of the abdomen. Here.
Okay.
And this gunshot wound goes sharply upward. So it injures the ribs on the left side. It injures the stomach. It hits the left diaphragm. The diaphragm being a big flat muscle that separates your heart and lungs from the rest of your abdominal organs. Goes up, hits the left lung as well, and there is a bullet fragment recovered from the chest as well as from the left side of the back. From here.
Okay. So that bullet fragment, you said it appeared to go a sharp upward trajectory through his body, and that bullet that is higher appears to be from that gunshot wound?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also have a graze indicated. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, there's also a graze wound on the back of the left shoulder. Right here.
Okay.
And for graze wounds, if there are skin tags that are present, we can tell directionality of which way the bullet was traveling. But in this case, I did not have skin tags to be able to define a direction.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57. Is this the X-ray from Richard Aspinwall?
Yes, it is.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of that X-ray?
Yes, it is.
Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 57 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection, other than our side. All right, 57 is good.
We're going to publish that. And can you just tell us what you were able to observe on this X-ray?
Sure. So bullet fragments, I'm going to go ahead and point out.
Please.
This one here,
Okay.
he actually still has his clothes on, so that's a zipper.
Okay, thank you. Next, going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 58, 59, and 60. Were you able to obtain parts of the bullet and fragments from Coach Aspinwall?
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate pictures of what you were able to obtain?
Yes, they are.
Right, Judge, we would tender State's Exhibits 58, 59, and 60.
Any objection? Okay. All right, here it is.
All right, and we're going to publish States 58, and again, I'm just going to have you identify what that is and where you obtained it from.
So whenever I was pointing to the x-ray, I kind of whisper around the torso, and again, with rifle rounds, they tend to fragment a lot and cause what we would call a snowstorm look on x-ray, so that's what all those fragments are, and this was one larger fragment that was recovered from the fat that surrounds the left kidney.
Okay, and we'll go to the next picture.
These are the two main fragments that were recovered from the left chest and the back.
Okay, and that was 59, and we'll go to 60.
This is the bullet that was recovered from the left side of the neck.
Okay. And will you tell us the cause and manner of death notated on your report for Richard Aspinwall?
Gunshot wounds of the torso as the cause of death, manner of death, homicide.
All right. Now we're going to talk about Mason. I'm going to refer you to State's Exhibit 46 for your report. And if you can start by telling us his full name and his age.
Mason Schermerhorn, 14 years old.
And I'm also going to publish the diagram that you prepared from his autopsy that was tendered to State's Exhibit 50. Using this diagram, Can you talk us through the injuries you observed on Mason's body?
Yes, starting from top to bottom, the first gunshot wound is to the middle of the right eyebrow. That's a round gunshot wound indicating an entrance. And then there's a corresponding exit on the right side on the back of his scalp.
And if you want to just briefly tell us about the internal damage that was caused by that gunshot wound.
Sure. So this gunshot wound fractures the skull extensively, goes through the brain, injures the brain. There's hemorrhage throughout and around the brain, and his right eye is collapsed.
Right. And let's talk about, I guess we can just go downward, the next injury you saw.
Sure. The next gunshot wound, again going from top down, was a gunshot entrance wound on the back of the left shoulder. And then the corresponding exit wound is on the front of the left shoulder. Again, it's much larger. And this gunshot wound just injures the soft tissue and skin. The major vessel here is still intact.
All right. And then going down to that next injury we see.
The next gunshot wound is on the left side of the back. Here. And this gunshot wound enters the skin and soft tissue, goes in a downward trajectory to the side of his abdomen, injures the right hip bone, and then the bullet becomes lodged in the left thigh. So the bullet is here.
Okay, so just to be clear, Mason had an entry wound to the front of his face, but then the other two entry wounds were to the back of his body. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you 3 photographs labeled States Exhibits 61, 62, and 63. Are those photographs of the clothing that Mason was wearing?
Yes.
And are they fair and accurate pictures of that clothing?
Yes, they are.
All right, Judge, we tender States Exhibits 61 through 63.
Objection? No. 61 through 3 are admitted.
All right, we're going to publish State 61. That is, can you tell us what this is and what you observe in this photo?
So this is the outer hoodie that he was wearing, and there is a large defect on the left front panel of the sweatshirt, and that corresponds to the exit wound.
Okay. And what we see on that sweatshirt, is that all blood? Or is it all consistent with being blood? I guess I'll ask.
The sweatshirt is soiled with fluid, the red discoloration.
And what does that show?
This is just a close-up picture of the defect in the clothes that corresponds to the exit wound.
Okay. And 63.
It's very hard to tell, but it's under the blue arrow. It is the entrance wound.
Okay.
That was on the left upper shoulder.
Thank you. And then next I'm going to show you States Exhibit 64. Is this the x-ray you took of Mason? Or the x-ray that was taken of Mason?
Yes, it is.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of his x-ray?
Yes, it is.
And, Judge, we would tender States Exhibit 64 into evidence.
Same objection. All right, 64 is admitted.
We're going to publish that for the jury. And can you zoom in just from what the eyes up? I'm going to have her zoom in just a little bit if we're able to, just so you can see a little better. Tell me about what you're able to see on this x-ray.
So on this x-ray, there is the typical rifle x-ray look, the lead snowstorm that you can see in the head. There's a lot of, speckles of white indicating bullet fragments. You can also see the same lead snowstorm on the right side of your screen, but it's his left. And down by the left femur, there is a bullet that's retained. Here.
Okay. Can you just show us the snowstorm caused by the fragments? Can you just point to where that is on the x-ray?
Snowstorm here, and then a snowstorm here.
Okay. Now, obviously, we see a large number of indications there. Were you able to recover every single piece of fragment from Mason's body?
No.
Okay. Would that essentially be impossible with the quantity and size of those fragments?
Yes, essentially we aim for the larger pieces.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 65 and 66. And did you recover those fragments from Mason during the autopsy?
Yes.
Are those fair and accurate pictures of the fragments that you recovered?
Yes, they are.
Judge Wade Tender, State's Exhibits 65 and 66.
Any objection? Okay. Very good.
We're going to pull up 65 first and just tell us what we're looking at and where it was recovered from.
These are fragments of the bullet that were recovered from Mason's head. There are multiple gray fragments of varying size. There is also a small yellow jacket fragment and a gray plastic type piece that I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I added it as well.
All right, thank you. And we'll go over to 66. And tell us what that is and where it was recovered from.
This is a deformed jacketed bullet that was recovered from the left thigh.
And can you tell us, based on your report, and we can pull that down, the cause of death and manner of death notated for Mason?
Cause of death is gunshot wounds of the head and torso. Manner of death, homicide.
And Dr. Maddox, in your professional opinion, for all 4 of these victims, with any of these victims, is it likely that quicker medical intervention would have prevented their deaths?
In all of these cases, the injuries that were sustained, even if they were sustained in front of a hospital, I don't believe would have survived.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Berry may have some questions for you.
Cross. No question, Judge. Thank you. Ma'am, you are free to go. Waiting for the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're going